Hi friends, good evening, and this is your host Ankit Khanelwal joining you from Delhi, India. And today I have Willie Hill joining us from Australia, and we have Bennett joining us from California, United States of America. Good morning to the world, and welcome to IPMTV Economics Monday. And as usual, it's a great week to start with, and there are a lot of things to be discussed, and we have a great lineup. And the guest will be joining us as soon as possible, and we have Sasha also joining us. Hi, Sasha. Good morning. How are you?
Good morning, everybody. How are you doing?
Morning. Good.
All good. So, how was the weekend?
Oh, fantastic. I spent yesterday all day with my daughter and her family. Played table tennis with my grandson.
Oh,
Yeah, have a couple of pictures. I have to put them on probably, yeah. But I lost.
Oh,
It's too strong for me now.
yes.
that happens. I mean, sometimes you win, sometimes you lose, but it's more about spending a quality time with your family, and that is more important.
Yes.
And
It
also,
was quality time. It was really.
and also a lot of people and a lot of seniors and a lot of coaches, they lose intentionally so that they give chance to the youngsters and make them motivated that you can also win. Things like that. So that's what we do in India. Basically, we give a lot of chance to our youngsters so that they can also understand the mentality of how to win and how to play competitive games. And whenever I play with my family, I try to be competitive so that they have those standards maintained. Because sometimes if you lose and if you don't play well, it the other person feels that this is the best standard we have. So to raise the bar, we have to make sure that we are playing competitive, but at the end of the day, we also give chance to our youngsters. That's what I believe, and I think that is what it should be. So, Willie, how are you doing?
I'm good. We in our second round of lockdown, so only essential services are being used. Everybody else have to stay home, and we've had like giant corridors where it's a housing scheme, and that was in total lockdown. They had the cops on every level. So yeah,
Okay.
could have been
And
handled better.
apart from Melbourne, rest of Australia is COVID free.
Yep. Not COVID free, but just the Melbourne CBD.
Okay, just the Melbourne CBD. Okay.
CBD.
So did you close the borders as well, surrounding CBD, or the borders are open?
Borders closed.
Okay, borders are closed.
Or the others don't like us going there.
Yeah.
You have little Melbourne ID tag.
The number plates.
Yes.
Okay.
That's
number
right.
plates.
And Jim, how are things in California?
Things are well. You know, the situation is that we took a pretty aggressive action early on, and we thought we kind of had a handle on the pandemic. So we began to open up, and then we saw a spike in the cases. And so now we're in the process of shutting down again. So it's very unsettling to people because it's like shut down, open up, shut down kind of feeling. And so there's this up and down kind of feeling to it. And we still know very little about what our future is. So there's a general
Do you have any containment zones in California, or how you are tracking the communities and counties, or do you know that which county has more cases?
Yes, it's really county by county. So it's such a big state. For example, San Diego is having a horrible time with it. Marin County, Alameda County, and the county I live in, San Mateo County, have all had different experiences, even though they're a short drive away from one another. Santa Clara, just walking distance from me, Santa Clara County has had a rougher go of it than San Mateo County. So it's very difficult to talk about the state as a single presence.
Yeah, but and also, in our part of the world, we are reading about Florida, and Florida has a tremendous spike in the weekend because of long weekend and people who are traveling to Florida and the beaches and all those things. I'm not sure about the number, but according to some reports, it says that there are 20,000 new cases in Florida only. Do you know about that?
Say that again.
So some of the sources are saying that in Florida there are 20,000 new cases on the weekend.
Yeah. First the spring break, and then Memorial Day weekend, and then all sorts of things like just the sweltering days have driven people to go into beaches without wearing masks, and we've had a definite spike because of that behavior. Yes, but I did have a question for you, Ankit, and Rakesh as well. The word is spelled D-E-S-I. How do you say it?
Desi.
Desi. Okay, I attended a Desi meeting Saturday.
Oh wow! Really?
Yes.
And what was that all about?
I was invited to speak at it because you remember the guest we had on earlier, David, who talked about going out and telling your story, and so it's my story about my brush with death and what I call, maybe most people call a near-death experience. I called it a near-life experience. And so I shared my story about what happened and how I've recovered and how I am today. And it was a marvelous meeting, but of course there was no one else that looked like me there.
So Desi is one of the popular slangs we use for NRIs. And NRI says he's a Desi, and also when you visit suppose if I'm visiting the US, so people will call me Desi, and then we call them ABCD.
You call them what?
ABCD.
ABCD. Okay.
And the full form of ABCD is that?
Rakesh, you have to explain that to me.
I think it is American born something. I don't know the CD.
Oh,
so it's American.
Confused. Okay.
Yes, I get it. Because we also have those types of expressions for other ethnic groups.
Yeah.
Someone who is born.
So it's not about that. The problem is that with Indians who are living in US or who are born and brought up in US, it's difficult to think like because we think in Hindi and English, but they think in like American basically. So whenever we talk something basically which is understandable as a humor or maybe a common sense in India, they don't understand. So that's why we call them confused Desi. And then American born is just abbreviation to that. So that's called American born confused Desi. But generally, whenever we go out in different countries, we know that that person is Desi and that is Videshi and things like that. But overall, I'll tell you, if an Indian is living outside India for like 100 years or 50 years, he will remain an Indian.
Yes.
Because of the color and because of the understanding. I mean, he might think that he's American, but an Indian will see that he's an Indian.
My Chinese friends also have an expression, and it's the use of a fruit that says that you're one color on the outside and another color on the inside, which means you look like you are Chinese, but you are American.
Yeah.
Yes.
They have the same phrase in New Zealand about Indians. Indians and Samoans. They call them coconuts.
Yes. We're so kind.
Because brown on the outside, white on the inside. These things happen whenever you move from your place of origin to another place. And if you've traveled around like I have, from India to Africa to Oceania and now Hong Kong,
you've heard it all.
You just give them.
We do have great news.
Hong Kong has now had 52 new cases today.
No kidding.
That's a
spike.
That is a spike, and we've now gone into a sort of a bit of a lockdown, not a complete lockdown, but all the beauty salons are shut. Restaurants have no more dine-in, and schools are also going to be shut. face-to-face schools are going to be shut, or tuitions are going to be shut. So we'll have to go online, but it's not a shutdown, but a sort of restrictions. In one day, 52 cases is a bit extreme.
Quite a lot.
And yeah,
Yes.
so we've not even had so many before. So the government is taking strong measures now.
Well, we have the opposite problem. We in the United States are involved in an intense debate about what we are going to do in our school systems, and we do not have a government that is going to respond in a uniform fashion like that and have the compliance of. So we're going to have a lot of problems come September.
I don't know. I think we're just going to evolve. It's hard to because if somebody's just like Sharif once said, once you're sitting in that chair, how do you take that decision for so many thousands, maybe tens of thousands or hundreds of thousands of people? Because this is an unprecedented thing. You have no, all the people who lived through the Spanish flu are, with their maker, and
Yes.
sort of, we have nobody who has got the experience. There may be some records, but even then, the Spanish flu records were not very thorough.
And are they applicable today?
Yes, it's a different virus, completely different genetics. So I can understand that they are nonplussed and sort of confused, I can say, about what to do. Everybody is confused because nobody, not even SARS or MERS, has been so dangerous as this. And it is evolving, so it's not mutating, but it's evolving.
Yeah.
The new spike protein is something we haven't got a fix on yet. So that's it's 6 times more transmissible now compared to the old spike protein. So
why is that not a mutation? I'm very interested in that distinction.
Because the DNA hasn't changed. I think, I don't know whether you remember that I said that this has a 30,000 base pair. So it has some facility in it to change without its own basic RNA structure changing.
Right.
The nucleic acid hasn't changed. So if the nucleic acid changes, you can call it a mutation.
I get it.
But if its ability to produce a different protein from the same nucleic acids that is using a different code, then you have a variation which is not a mutation. And it's one of the scientists, I don't know who it was, on IBM TV said it's almost like this virus is intelligent.
Yes.
It doesn't have a brain, but if you remember that. And I keep remembering that man's wonderful words, but I can't remember who he was. I'm getting old.
I can't help you. Yes, I remember the words.
So
a lot of our doctors said that the virus is intelligent and the virus is egoistic and all those stuff. But as Rakesh said, we are still learning what is going on. And I had a word with the doctor on a weekend, and as per them, they are still seeing that there are new symptoms coming up every second week or third week. And one of my colleague who works with me in my company, he was COVID positive. Now he's negative, but he lost a lot of weight during the process. And also now the problem is that since he's negative, he's not able to taste or smell anything. He lost the taste and smell somehow. If something very extreme in terms of it's very chilly, then he understands. Otherwise, he's not able to taste or smell anything. Which is,
luckily for us, Ankit, luckily for us, our brain has got reserve modules. So you have some lobes that control smell and taste. But our brain has got the ability to adapt. It is a fluid structure. As we learn, the brain structure changes. Right. And it has got the ability to adapt. So I think his loss will be temporary. Eventually, he will regain, in my opinion. from my understanding of biology, he will regain those senses. Maybe not to the extent or sharpness that it was before, but certainly to some extent.
Well, Rakesh,
But Rakesh, there are a lot of concerns as well. There are a lot of concerns from people that right now they might be negative, but what are the future consequences or concerned of that particular person? Because in future there might be something which happens due to COVID. So they are not sure and they're concerned about it, especially young people, and especially people who are under 18, because they are still not mature and they are still developing the body and all those stuff. So, I mean, and there are a lot of answers which are still, no one knows what to do and how to accept or get it forward.
I do not know, but coincidentally, I was just looking at one of the things on Netflix, which is about aging and how we age. And when we are younger, we have tremendous ability to repair the body because of chromosomal, the thing called telomeres, which actually protect the chromosomes. Hi, Nick. So when you're younger, your telomeres are strong. As you grow older, they become weaker, and so anything which is genetic has a stronger impact. So I think the younger people are comparatively likely to bounce back. People like me and above might have a bit problem.
I wanted to mention that my father had a stroke in his late 50s and lost the ability to speak, and he regained the ability to speak over time.
Yes.
So
the brain does have reserve modules which come into play, and you will find that you can get that sort of situation happening. So I think I'll stop there.
The people here are all in trouble except for Ankit.
Yeah.
So we don't want to catch COVID-19. Ankit goes, no problem.
Yeah.
But
so Nick, if you take a turmeric latte every day, you'll be free because you can gain your immunity as well.
Thanks to IBM TV, I take turmeric every day now.
Oh, turmeric every day. Yes.
There's actually a packet of turmeric coffee available here in Hong Kong.
Okay.
It's already there. It's commercial. So, and my wife takes it regularly. I can't stand it. There it is. The blueberry
that
stuff.
is actually tough to get. I had to order it online. Okay, but it actually shows up. So I've been corresponding with Dr. Moskowitz and some of the other people on LinkedIn, and he's tested this. He's actually used this on his patients. Okay, successfully.
But Nick, where is the peer-reviewed study that says that that's good?
I knew you were going to ask that. It's actually on cyrex.org, and I actually sent the study over to them. So the thing is, they could all review the study. I'm shocked. You can actually go find. Okay, here's how you go find the study. You got to go to IBM, because IBM has a smart computer. It's actually in Oak Ridge. Okay, and what it does is it crunches all the data. And what they did, so you go IBM quercetin study, what they did is they actually went through, this computer is purportedly the fastest computer in the world, okay? It went through all the different types of permutations and combinations of different types of things that would be actually successful for COVID-19, came up with a list of 77 possible treatments. Of the 77, this ranked number 7 in the study. So the thing is, when Dr. Moskowitz said, hey, I've had some success with this, please do some clinical trials, everybody went, not interested. Why not? Too bloody cheap. There's no way you can make money off of this.
Astonishing. A man who's qualified from Oxford and Harvard says something.
Right. He can't get anybody to listen to this stuff. But this is not unusual. If you find, who is it, Jonas Salk, who developed the polio vaccine, a lot of the vaccines were stumbled into. In other words, like the solutions were there and they kind of stumbled into it. And then finally they found it, and then it took traction, and then they developed it took 50 years actually to perfect the polio vaccine. So even though they had it, it was 50 years for perfection. Well, stuff like this, the studies when it comes to things that are like easily and readily available, instead the press is on remdesivir, which Gilead Science owns a patent on. Okay, that they can charge purportedly $3,000 a round. Okay, do the math. And so the thing is, they can go through pay for the clinical trials, because remember, it costs money to do that, and do the studies, etc. The only way I picked this up, I like to look at multiple sources that say this works. In other words, that's why hydroxychloroquine I threw out the door, because there's only one source and every other source was inconsistent. So to me, the study wasn't that good. And so I just kind of threw it out the door. Here, I had Dr. Moskowitz and IBM's big mainframe computer, both giving a positive. Now I got to remember the name of the mainframe, since I don't work in the computer field, I don't work in the science field, and frankly, I'm like a hacker compared to the people that really know. But what really shocks me is the people that are leading us are even worse hackers, and that's really very sad. But this has two possibilities. In other words, because of the IBM Watson AI, and because of Dr. Moskowitz, I said, well, I got to go get this stuff, because it has a possibility that it actually works. In other words, and it was ranked number 7 out of 77 possible treatments by Watson. And the computers can crunch data faster than people. I'm sorry. They've done studies on even radiologists. They said, well, the computers actually can discover the cancer better than the radiologists, which technically would put all the radiologists out of business. And for those who don't work with them, they make about $300,000 US a year. They do pretty well. Well, could you imagine a computer putting them out of business? Well, they don't want to see that. So they work with the computer, but realize it's like chess. Okay, we got a couple chess players. We got Starr. Ede went off to have
Nick,
practice.
I think Gary Kasparov would agree with everything what you've just said about speed of computer.
Oh yeah, of course. I mean, the chess players all know the speed and the rapidity that computers can do. The advantage you have using a computer program, working with it. So anyway, study on STUDY COVID-19. So IBM is actually working in this area, which I think is good. And they actually work very closely in the healthcare area. Okay, now their insights. What is the name of they have a really fast computer program. You got to go through a lot of data to go find it. But it's a Watson type based program, faster than anything else they have. And so they can crunch data and come up with the better solutions. AI, Watson computer. What is the name of that? See, the real problem, once I do the research, I got to go back and find the research. So there's another chess player. Okay, chess player. Do computers have an advantage in chess over human beings?
But also in medicine, too.
And probably in medicine. But Nick, while you're doing your work there, you mentioned it came up 7th. My immediate reaction is to ask you what was first.
I'd have to go back and look at the study. The study is pretty significant.
Yeah.
And I'm interested. What is number 6?
I don't know. You got to. Okay, I'm not a research scientist. Well, see, this also bothers me about the bloody politicians. Okay, they have all these people that get on television, and we know the best and the brightest never show up. It looks like, and I can't tell you why, because there's a lot of research. Well, part of it, they're real busy. I've tried to get a hold of them to get on here, and frankly, they're really busy with this whole thing, coronavirus, and getting on television and explaining is not interesting for them.
Priority.
Yeah, it's not a priority, right? And so the thing is, they're working night and day on this stuff.
By the way, I want to tell you something very interesting. Jim, what you just said earlier about that in California, in the very close counties, completely different results and different health situation and so on. Now, there's a new initiative, Canadian Institute for Health Information. They just launched a new comprehensive study on coronavirus all across Canada. what they're doing is, and every province in every county, everywhere, they meticulously collect all data about the patients, how they got infected, when they get infected, whom they were in contact, and what is the age group, what is the background of each person, the financial status, and so on. And they're now preparing a comprehensive study on a coronavirus, how it affects people in different provinces, in different places, different cities. And it seems to me that they're on the right track. I don't know when and what kind of results they will show, but at least it's a very sufficient attempt to really discover the nature and causes of this horrible disease, in my opinion.
Well, Sasha, I agree with you completely. That seems like a wonderful approach to take, and I think it's possible to do that in Canada. But good luck trying that in the United States.
Yeah,
You have never collected
that. I understand that.
Okay, I found out the name of the supercomputer. It's called Summit, is the name of it. Okay, it's a powerful example of the potential. IBM's Summit, the most powerful supercomputer on the planet, has already enabled researchers at Oak Ridge National Laboratory. For those people who don't know, it's the University of Tennessee. They actually developed this thing called the atomic bomb out of there, and as well as Los Alamos. They screened 8,000 compounds to find those are most likely able to bind the main spike protein of the coronavirus, rendering it unable to infect host cells. They were able to recommend 77 promising small molecule drug compounds that could be experimentally tested. This is the power of accelerating discovery through computation. See, and they actually find it on IBM Newsroom. IBM helped bring supercomputers to global fight against COVID-19. Okay, now one of those was this crazy thing, which is available in your drugstore, quercetin. Okay, rank number 7. But the thing is, there's 77 others. Some of them may not be as easily available. Some may be better. Some may be worse. I think they have over 144 clinical trials going on right now. So there's a lot of work in progress on the treatments of this rabid disease that's out there. In the meantime, the average American that suffers from being able to figure small things out, like wearing a mask, you know, they're in other words, while you have these brilliant people out there who develop supercomputers, who go through compounds, who study this to the nth degree, then you have Joe down the street. Well, I don't know if I should wear a mask. That's violating my freedom, you know. And so what happens? America leads the world in coronavirus deaths.
USA.
I mean, the thing is, and it's just, there's only one word I could describe it: stupid. You know, you got the best and the brightest here working on the problem, and you got stupid people out there who go, wow, I think I could wear a mask. I don't know if I can do that.
Wait a moment, Nick. Now Commander-in-Chief also wearing mask. So what stops?
Well, you know,
If you'd done it 4 months ago, I'd been impressed.
If you did it 4 months ago, I would have been impressed.
Wow.
I would agree with Jim. You know, what happens is there's a thing called leadership, and there's leadership vacuum. Okay. Now, in this wonderful country relating to this particular disease, the demographics and numbers say we have a leadership vacuum. There's just no question about it. I'm embarrassed all the time talking to Rakesh from Hong Kong. Oh, we got 3 deaths total, or 7. You know, we have 7 million people and nobody's infected in Hong Kong because they took action. Malaysia. I hope Raina's not listening. You know, I mean, the thing is, Malaysia, we have 30 million people, 118 deaths. United States, we have 330 million. The most expensive healthcare system in the world. Purportedly the best and brightest people in the world.
Not the best, the most expensive.
I use the word purportedly, counselor, on purpose. Listen very carefully. Thank you. Thank you, counselor. Okay.
I was talking about our medical system.
I said purportedly the best and brightest people in the world. We have 134,000 going up tremendously every day, and it'll continue. And so what it shows is that we have a very big deficiency in our health delivery systems. I mean, the math shows it. There's
Oh,
there's
cool.
just absolutely no question, and and people can point the
Sustained.
blame, but the thing is, remember, on IBM TV, and we record this, it's all in posterity. Long time ago, we said you got to wear the mask, and I looked at what they call empirical evidence. What's empirical evidence? It's a fancy word for just common sense. If you got something in front of you and you can't breathe, there's a good chance things can't get in. That's called empirical evidence. You don't need to do a big study on it. Yet, unfortunately, the head of our CDC said, I don't think you should wear a mask. And, he wasn't fired. I wonder why. Because leadership vacuum.
Well, Councilor Nick, your objection is sustained, but I've got to ask.
Thank you, Your Honor.
I have to ask Rakesh a question because say these, and I guess Watson is 5 minutes ago, and now it's Summit, but they've come up with all of these 77 of these approaches to addressing spike protein. But what we were talking about earlier, that spike protein can be a variation. And maybe these things, these 77 things, are no longer effective against the newly varied spike protein.
Okay, Counselor, you have a good argument. And one possibility, if you see a chest variation that may not work, do you run your computer again to find how to beat the other variation, sir?
And we might have to do it every week or so.
You got to run how hard it is to press the button on stockfish, Alexander Starr. Boing! I mean, come on, guys.
Well, sometimes you have to do both hands.
And for those who don't know about stockfish, we keep educating. Remember, this is smart television. I do watch regular television every now and then. And right now, the shows are definitely dumb television. They go, we're going to show how to be the world's toughest guy or something stupid like that. It's running on every night on one of the major It's a dumb program. I mean, you got to be a real idiot to watch it. Yet they have millions of followers and we don't. That's normal. That's called the United States of America. Okay, so the thing is, yes, we have to run our computer. Stockfish is a computer program that analyzes chess games over and over again. It's one of the top programs in the world, I believe, on chess program analyzation, and it beats, frankly, humans. Humans can't beat it. Summit is IBM's new latest supercomputer, which can analyze data faster than normal human beings. On 60 Minutes, which is a show by CBS, which I hope you guys didn't see yesterday. Okay, and they devote it to News Magazine, the world most important topics. Here's how much was mentioned on coronavirus. 0. Okay, our 5 media channels, which most people listen to, are horrible. Every one of them. I mean, the thing is, they don't educate people at all. They do not bring in the best and the brightest. They're just awful, so I can't even stand to watch them. I'm going like, gosh, where do you go? The internet's a lot better, but you got to do your own research.
Call the show 59 minutes, and there's 1 minute of education in it.
Yeah, 1 minute. You can find one good nugget. Hey, speaking of which, since it's Economics Monday, I have our economist Peter Bennett from the Connecticut area, who actually has a law degree and a master's in business administration from the great New York University, and actually works in the area of the market. And I'm so glad he's here, because data that just came into me, Peter, 1/3, at least in North Carolina, of the people in the state are not paying their mortgages. Okay? In other words, they went free on their mortgages. Now, in my opinion, when I look at your market and you're seeing 25,000, 26,000, and we see 1/3 of the people didn't pay their mortgage for the last month or two, okay, I got a real problem with the market sitting where it is. I mean, I'm still sitting, waiting for the crash of October, and then I'm going to buy, because I know that the U.S. is resilient. But what are your thoughts about that? 1/3 of the people not paying their mortgages and no effect on the market? Talk to me.
There's a lot of points there. First of all, it's not just the mortgage market, but also if you look at stores, a lot of stores aren't paying their rents, and that has a compounding effect, in economics, because of what's called the multiplier effect. So every dollar that doesn't pass on to the next person and on to the next person. So that's one point. And in terms of the market, it's interesting because I am playing it to a point waiting for the drop, but I'm not convinced there's going to be a drop. And because there's some reasons why the market is up. First of all, you have the Fed dropping rates so low. I mean, it's about 1.2% now you get in a 30-year Treasury bond. And that's basically getting closer to zero, which brings up a separate point, which is my theory that coronavirus accelerated many trends that were already in place. And I could discuss that in a whole nother, that has all kind of avenues going in different directions. But in terms of interest rates, I always felt we might be going to zero or almost like a negative Japan rate. And so let's say you're a retiree and you're going, wait a minute, I am counting on more income than this. Now I'm happy to get a 2% in a dividend stock, 2.5% or 3%, or maybe an aggressive dividend stock for more. Or maybe I need to go for appreciation. So that's one factor right there, is because the Fed is pumping liquidity in. The fundamentals of the market, of the economy, I'm really concerned with, because, again, the multiplier effect, so many people, I mean,
explain again the multiplier effect. I remember learning that in economics and my MBA. I thought it was kind of a useful concept, but explain again the multiplier effect.
Sure. If let's say a dollar enters the economy, let's say the Federal Reserve, the government, the Treasury prints a dollar, then that dollar just doesn't sit in that one person's account. They're going to spend it at a certain rate, which can vary, and that's part of the economic theories. But basically, if I get a dollar, making it really concrete, then I go to this food store, I spend the dollar at ShopRite, and then the person who owns ShopRite spends the dollar, and then it goes to his dry cleaner, and then it goes around and around and around. So every dollar that enters the economy has much more of an effect than $1. Well, it's the reverse if things start slowing down. I don't spend the dollar, and then ultimately the dry cleaner doesn't get the dollar, and he doesn't spend the dollar, and so the whole economy can contract. Now, there's so many dollars that aren't moving now. Not to mention the long-term effects of, let's say you're a municipality. Eventually, you're going to either have to raise taxes, which is going to suck dollars into the municipal funds, but also cut expenses, because I don't understand how these municipalities and states can possibly be running right now without gigantic deficits. So that's a big part of it. And just to realize, I was going to make one last point going backwards, that 11% of the world economy is travel alone, just hotels and airlines.
Didn't know that.
Yeah, 11% of GDP.
Part of GDP. Yeah,
exactly. Yeah, it's huge. So how many? And that's how I've been playing it all along, because I'm thinking, who knows how long.
You're not buying airline stocks right now, then I see.
No, I stayed away from airline stocks. Yeah, I mean, then you have restaurants, you have gyms, you have all these other people who are suffering, and then the multiplier effect again. So that impacts everybody in so many different ways. But again, let's say you're an investor. One, you say, where do I put my money? There's no alternative. And so if rates are really heading for zero, it's going to be very tough for a lot of retirees, which I always forecast was going to be the most likely scenario in 10 or 20 years, but now it's happening now.
Right. Yeah. But see, the real problem with rates close to zero is that the Fed has no other play in the event there's a downtime in other words, they played their aces out. They don't have any cards anymore. So the minute they drop the interest rates down next to zero, the Fed monetary policy out the door. So
that is their number one measure, but they can do other things. They can buy.
Oh yeah, right. You're right.
They've already been buying bonds,
I know,
and they can buy stocks to inflate things.
Good point.
And ultimately, the government can print money.
Yeah,
exactly. We learned that the other day.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay, right. There is. There's an act, a act that took place in 1862. The Legal Tender Act was passed by the United States government in 1862 to finance the Civil War. And what they did is they actually printed $140 million, what they call greenbacks, which look like a dollar bill, except it has actually a red sticker attached to it. Not enough to finance, so I came back and printed over 400 million. It wasn't until 1975 they actually extinguished these greenbacks, the dollar bills with the red circle. If you're so lucky to have one right now, they're a collector's item. The dollar bill is worth over $4,000 US. Okay, so the U.S. government actually has, and I talked to the Honorable David Walker about this about 5 years ago on the Money Master show. I said, David, why don't, to satisfy the U.S. debt, why don't we just print the money and send it to China and say goodbye? And he said, oh, that would have a horrible effect on the economy. And I go, wait a minute, I'll have to bring David Walker back. They just did that. In other words, we just printed 3.5 trillion. Sent it out the door. So there's no question, because of the Legal Tender Act of 1862, which also creates the legal tender cases for those who've read them. And I'm sure everybody in this room has read them. It was actually challenged all the way up to the Supreme Court. Salmon Chase, who was actually the Supreme Court justice, was at the time the head of the Treasury that approved it. When he became the Supreme Court justice, he voted against it. I thought that was pretty cool. So, in case politics are kind of interesting.
Well, here's something really interesting too about this. That this has been a long-term concern of mine, which is that there's a lot of Medicare and unfunded liabilities. In other words, they're not using correct accounting. The government,
no question.
But everybody kind of knows that. But here's an interesting thing, and this gets into where nobody in economic theory can answer this at all, because I've read that if you look at the unfunded liabilities, it could be already about 200 trillion. Some think it's $250 trillion, which is, and so they say the deficit is 20 billion. But no, this is all the promises that have been made. So, but here's the thing about these numbers. If you took all the U.S. Stocks, bonds, and privately owned real estate combined, it doesn't add up to $250 trillion. So this is going to be an interesting test of economic reality, not just theory, is when they print this much money,
sure,
to cover these medical expenses, where's that going to go? Is it going to create massive inflation? Is it not going to affect the economy? I cannot predict this. This is why I try to stay diversified, in some ways, but it's unpredictable.
Right.
Well, Counselor Nick, I've got to object. I have not read the legal standard studies or the law.
The Legal Tender Act of 1862.
Legal Tender Act. I have not read that.
Google it, Jim. Increase your education outside of Silicon Valley, please.
My objection is that that's why I come on IBM TV to learn about these things. And if I thought the Republican Party was against deficit spending, but we seem to be, that's our only solution.
Yeah. And your point is? Your point is, Counselor?
I think there was a little lip service going on about this deficit spending. Because I don't think
the thing is, it all depends on who the money is for, whether or not it's good deficit spending or not. What I have seen, at least in my business, and I don't share this with Peter, but we actually did take a lot of government funds, and I talked to my business partner Max, where we're sitting in cash. I got a lot of cash out there, but we weren't the only ones. According to I don't know, it was Homestone or somebody, maybe no, it was David K. Johnson or somebody put on a chart that said 2.7 trillion is sitting in cash. Well, guess what that is? Those are the companies that took the PPP DIL loans and they parked them like we did in cash. Why? Because at least our experience going through the 2008 recession is that, at least from our business, we get it's almost like it's a tidal wave. We get hit about a year later. In other words, in our industry. So we parked it in cash because we're waiting for a hit. In other words, we know the waves just went out. Now we know they're going to come back in, but it actually has a lag time, at least in our industry, for about a year. And we don't know what's going to happen in about a year from now. All of our clients, almost everyone, I get reports every week, update, are holding back funding their retirement plans. Yet they do have what Peter says, unfunded liabilities right now, but they can't write that check because they're scared to death where the economy is going to go, and they want to wait till the last possible minute, which I think is what we're going to see. And so the economy is taking a hit. But the good news is, at least from what I've seen, there are treatments out there. We predicted that was going to happen first before the vaccine takes place. And as the treatments increase, you're going to have a lot more people that are getting coronavirus. But I think you're going to see the death rate per the amount of people that get it actually decline.
Well, Councilor Nick, I withdraw my objection, but I have a question.
I was going to overrule it anyway.
Yes, I know. I see it coming, so I withdrew it first.
There's no mercy in this court. It's like Peter. You ever go mercy to the judge?
I throw myself on the mercy of the court.
Good luck. You just end up with a longer sentence, but that's another story.
My feeling is that we're spending some of this money on corporations to prop up the Dow, and it sounds like if we wanted to take advantage of the multiplier effect, that money would be better sent to people that are struggling to make their mortgage payments now, so that they had some cash to spend.
Why would you want to do that?
To take advantage of the multiplier effect. If they had cash to spend.
Well, they actually did. That was the IRS sending out the
where did that money go?
$100 a pop to everybody.
Where did that money go? Do we know?
They spent it. It's already gone. Trust me. The people that got the $1,200.
Did it get to the people that needed it?
Okay, well, here's the problem. All the people that got the $1,200 that needed it spent it. It's all gone. Trust me.
It is all gone.
Because remember, what's the unemployment rate, Peter, since you follow this stuff all the time, you're the economist, our lead expert on IBM TV. To give you an idea, we have a vacuum of experts. But later on, we're going to get some good people later on today. Chess players, do they really count? Come on, Jim. You know, what you should do is Chess Lives Matter, but that'll be another book later on. So Peter.
That's a great one.
Peter, what are we going to do with this unemployment number?
Well, I think the unemployment number just dropped from 13 to 11. Number one is obviously the world economics today is total uncertainty. There's so much uncertainty. I read yesterday that people may be wearing masks for years. Nobody knows if there's going to be a vaccine. Nobody knows when this is going to happen. Nobody knows if it's going to mutate positively or even negatively. I hope not that, but I'm just saying that between, so the unemployment rate just dropped from 13 to 11. As states reopen, if this sticks around, people are going to have to reopen. And maybe that is the answer, because we can't go on for years, but it'll all depend again. If we get a vaccine in the next 6 months, hallelujah. But if this is going to go on for years, everybody's going to have to reopen more or less or go bankrupt. Let's say you're a restaurant and they're telling you can only open up half of your seats and you don't have a big takeout, then you'll go bankrupt. And then, that'll evolve too. But unemployment will go down eventually, because eventually everybody has to go back to work. You can't go years and years. We've never shut down like this before, and there have been very serious diseases, but this one is a bit more contagious, and I believe a bit more serious too in terms of its impact, because I know a lot of people have died that I've heard, firsthand stories of people who have died who are even younger, like 40, people who are 29 who got really sick, and it's so contagious. But the other side is, you can't shut down forever, because that leads to all the other problems of, depression, alcoholism, drug abuse, poverty, starvation.
Well, I had that without the shutdown. I did that without the shutdown. But Rakesh, you had a comment.
Yes, I had a question for Peter. How long do you think the dollar will stay at this level? Because you're printing so much money, and all that is holding it up is it's linked to oil sales. So how long do you think the dollar will retain its strength?
I'm not a dollar trader. I wouldn't even venture there, because I guess it all depends on a lot of things, including politics, by the way. But I guess I would say I'm not a dollar trader. I tend to look for a lot of other types of investments, but I'm a believer in the United States system as it stands today in the long run. So there are a few countries where I think maybe in the long run they'll outperform. But I think in the long run, if this is the future, in other words, if this is my prediction was always in the long run that the United States would suffer because we have a huge demographic retiring. But then so does Japan, so does China. Now, here's a really interesting study. This is amazing. So if you look at the stock market, for 1,000 years, and this was and how do you get 1,000 years of the stock market? Well, you take the English stock market, the Japanese stock market, and the U.S. stock market, and it adds up to 1,000 years. And then you take the statistic that is the population under 50 growing or shrinking relative to the population over 50? Well, I read I think it was Barron's years ago, but I read that when the population over 50 is growing relative to the population under 50, that the stock market tends to go down with almost a 1-to-1 correlation, and vice versa, obviously. And it makes perfect sense because people who are under 50 are the ones who are saving for the future, and people who are over 50 are the ones who are spending down their assets. So I'm pretty surprised at how the world economy, stock markets have done so far, but I do understand why, between buybacks and a lot of other things. Maybe they weren't there during that 1,000 years, probably not. So, but I guess there's going to be a lot of strain on the world economy. Now with robotics, take robotics. Let's say you're in India. That's going to really hurt India, robotics. It's going to hurt the US, but it's going to hurt India more. And a lot of these countries where there's cheap labor, well, robots are even cheaper, and they are coming. So let's say robots are really prevalent in 10 years. Then a lot of these countries, which have been servicing the U.S. with cheap labor, now aren't getting our dollars either. So I guess I tend to be, dollar-centric, with the exception that I have 2.5% in gold, just as a hedge.
Sasha would love you.
Yeah.
He's backstage right now, but he was a big believer on pushing onto gold. He
always
goes,
had it,
gold.
But that's
my
it.
portfolio in gold.
And he actually had some very cogent arguments, because we brought in our people from China and India. Peter, they actually buy gold for weddings and buy gold for savings. In other words, they represent a 2 billion person market space. In India, though, they've done something very interesting. Actually, more people at IBM work in India than they do in the United States. They push toward the tech sector very quickly, probably realizing what you said. If they're in low-wage jobs, you're toast. For those who are joining us late, we have Willie Hill from Startup Australia, who is who runs a lot of the startups in Australia, and I think he also runs up in Europe too. But he's out of Melbourne, which we have some points on. Rakesh is an education company out of Hong Kong. Jim Eade, who's our famous FIDE chess master, former engineer in the socialistic state of Silicon Valley. And of course, our special guest, Peter Bennett, who is a MBA JD individual investor who specializes in, apparently knows a lot about economics. So for those who joined us.
Well, Peter, I must say you're a little ray of sunshine today. Everything that I was thinking about is worse now.
It's worse now. Well, isn't economics supposed to be the dismal science anyway, Jim? In other words, everything's supposed to go south and everything's supposed to go wrong and bad and all that other stuff. But I think the U.S. market is very resilient right now toward the coronavirus, because I keep pulling in data and it's bad, and the market keeps high, and I go, this doesn't seem to make any sense. All you need is one data point and it should crash. The mortgage, hey, look, somebody didn't pay their mortgage for a month or two. That means that, when are they going to make it up? Are they going to make it up next month? Then they have to double their mortgage payment. These people don't have the money for that. Are they going to tack it on the end of the year? Okay, which would make sense. But, when people, 1/3, that's a big number, at least in the state of North Carolina, not paying their mortgages. That's, I don't see did they put that money in cash to pay on a later date? I just don't get it. If you put it in cash, you can't make any money on it anyway, so you might as well pay your mortage. Now with
Nick,
that.
There's another, I was going to make another point though about the market, which is, besides the Fed lowering it, there's leadership in a lot of new companies. Like, if you look at Microsoft, Amazon, Google. Some of these are in the S&P 500, others are in the QQQs, the NASDAQ. But so that's helping keep the market high too, because in the shifting, they're becoming larger and larger pieces of the market. So maybe certainly your local restaurant chain may be suffering, but maybe, a tech company that's growing to be a large percentage of these indexes, is where some of the growth is.
Yeah, because Amazon's not suffering because they do a lot of deliveries.
Now represents 1% or less of the economy.
Yeah. Okay. And with that, I have some other empirical evidence. I spent the last week at the beach, Cape Hatteras, and the Outer Banks, mainly because I was looking for a deal and spend some time at the beach. I figured, well, it's going to be empty because coronavirus. It was jammed packed. As a matter of fact, the hotel we're at the Marriott, and it was sold out at over $300 a night. I was going, you've got to be kidding me. In other words, the place, Cape Hatteras, all the people are at the beach. Now, they did do good things, social distance, people wearing masks and stuff like that. So that part was the good part. But if you thought the economy was doing poorly on the Outer Banks of North Carolina, no. The Duck Donuts, which they now found was a national franchise, was jam-packed. There was lines. The Black Pelican, great restaurant. We have a chance to go to it in the United States. It's where Orville and Wilbur Wright hung out when they did their first airplane flight. Packed. I mean, just jammed. You couldn't even get a seat. Seriously, it was. And so if you think the economy is doing bad, the restaurant, hotel industry on the beaches, not doing bad. And I can't tell you. I can't explain it. Where do these people come up with all the money that aren't paying their mortgages to go to the beach? So, go figure. So you
can always find the exception that proves the rule. There are people that are spending the money, and there are people that are going to the beaches, and there are a lot of people who aren't. And especially, and I don't think we talk about this enough on IBM TV. The people that are hit the hardest have been the Black and Latinx communities, because they don't have jobs where they can work from home, like guys that look like me can. And it's one of the things when they go to work, they have to go to work, right? To make the money, to make the mortgage payments, and then they get COVID. So we see them disproportionately affected by this pandemic.
Right. Yeah. The service workers, in the United States, which is was a growing, robust part of our economy. They're the ones that are getting hit pretty hard. The low end gets hit pretty hard, and as you move up the food chain, what recession? What economic downturn? What are you guys talking about?
My life hasn't changed.
Well, I don't think your life's.
But I'm the exception that proves the rule.
Well, you wrote the book Chess for Dummies, by the way, Peter. I don't know that. He wrote the book. Here's his famous claim to fame. He was the author of Chess for Dummies. I never knew that. He's a FIDE chess master, so he's a strong player. He got addicted to the game, then realized there's no money in it. Duh. Okay. In other words,
still getting my royalty checks. I wrote it in 1996.
That's the reason he sits on IBM TV every day. I go, he's a great guy. He shows up every day, talks to all of our audience and stuff like that. I go, how can he afford to do that? Wrote the book Chess for Dummies, gets his royalty check every time.
I'm allowed to object to Consular Nick's statements.
He can object to whatever he wants.
I get overruled all the time.
Yeah, but no one listens on that.
By the way, Nick, two points. One about why the beach is crowded. One is people are not traveling internationally a lot. So North Carolina is drivable. I have some relatives who are going down there in August, and they're still going. I'm probably going to go for a drive down to Delaware Beach, in August. But so the person who might have flown to England or Europe is now going to the beach. Plus, the other side is, look, our country was and is the wealthiest in the world in history. I mean, there are poor people, there are wealthy people, but a lot of people have a lot of padding.
We are the world's largest economy.
Yeah, without a doubt. And we are, maybe the Romans, maybe not, but we have a lot of wealth in our country. So if the stock market goes down a bit, or if, you have a lot of people with a lot of money who can afford to go to the beach, obviously, and that's proven by the fact you saw them there.
Right. Well. The thing is, the world's largest democracy has just arrived, Ankit from New Delhi, India, who handles all this. Thank you, Ankit. And so, with that, Peter, we have two questions for you. I may have asked them before. Question number one is, who is Shadow Khan?
Who is Shadow Khan? Are you asking me?
I'm asking you, yes, sir.
That I will pass. I have never even heard of Shadow Khan.
Good, never even heard. There you go. There you go. I'm telling you, you got to get him on, baby. He is actually the wealthiest actor in the world. Lives in India and does tons of movies and acting in India, and no one knows who he is here. Okay, question number two, counselor. Do you know how to play cricket?
I've seen it played, but I don't know the rules well.
Oh, there we go, Ankit. I'm telling you. Okay, now here's the thing about cricket, which Ankit loves cricket, by the way.
Oh, yeah.
There are over 715 million people who watch cricket routinely, compared to the National Football League in America, 175 million. It dwarfs. In other words, the viewership dwarfs cricket. And frankly, as I told Ankit, I don't know the rules. I mean, he was like shocked. How can you not know the rules? Everybody follows cricket like a religion. Yes, they do, but not here in the United States. He taught me the
rules, and he thought that my best position would be umpire.
Oh, really? Okay. My best position would be in the stands asking somebody what the rules are. What just happened? I mean, I don't have a clue, but cricket in America is one of our missions. Yes.
And I would like to invite Shaquille Latimer on IBM TV Economics Monday. Welcome to show, sir. How are you doing?
Good morning. I'm well. Thank you very much. Thank you for inviting me.
Okay, Shakid, could you tell us a little bit about who you are, where you're from, and what you do?
So I'm Shaquille. I live in Australia at the moment. I work in finance as well, so very market based with the stuff that we do. And I have been watching with quite some interest last week and this week about chess. King's Gambit's my favourite, and I suppose that's probably why I never quite got past 1700. So I need you smart fellas to teach me how to. We'll start with IBM Blue. If I can beat that, I'll be a lot happier.
Me too.
Yeah, you can beat Deep Blue. Good luck with that one. So you live in Australia. Where in Australia, mate?
So I live in Sydney. I am actually in the process of moving across to Switzerland, which is what I was doing, but this pesky virus got in the way, so I had to come back to Australia. And I was actually in beautiful California, and I can actually say that on my way out of California, I didn't have a problem with the traffic. I thought it was a breeze.
Yes. Yeah, right down the
where in California? It's always
I was right there in LA, but obviously with the shelter-in-place laws, there was no cars on the road. So I thought, I don't know what the Californians are complaining about. Traffic's absolutely fantastic.
Yeah. Now, do you know Willie Hill from Australia, the mate over there in the far corner?
I'm afraid I don't. There is.
I thought all the people in Australia knew each other.
Oh yeah,
there's 25 million of us, so we're getting there.
Okay.
Well, Melbourne.
Nick, in Australia, everyone knows Steve O and Mark O, which you don't know.
Absolutely.
I don't. Okay, so Shakid, what do you actually do in finance and economics? What do you do for a living in terms of that area? Since you're in
so nothing overly impressive. We analyze the markets. We use statistical analysis a lot of the time. We get people who know a lot about computers to run stats for us, and we will then try to use those to see where there are some statistical advantages in trading stocks and shares and futures contracts, options contracts, that sort of stuff. I got into that because I kind of liked maths, and this seemed like a reasonably easy way of making money and having a career. So I started doing that, and over time ended up starting up my own firm. So now I have a few different team members around the world, and are growing. So
okay, so you're actually a money manager then. You manage other people's funds, otherwise known as opium. I mean, other people's money.
So it'd be very similar to what you guys would consider a hedge fund to be. I'm not actually a hedge fund manager, but basically along those lines is essentially what we do. Yeah.
Okay. Well,
Do you have a lot of gold in your portfolio?
Do you have a lot of gold in your portfolio right now?
I will make no comments about what I do and do not have.
Oh, now that is spoken like a true money manager. You want to know what we're doing? Okay, that's what we're doing.
Yeah, you have to pay me handsomely first.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I will just say though, I was very interested in some of the comments that were made about COVID and about some of the computer programs that are being used to perhaps come up with results much faster and to make developments much faster than than perhaps we could do manually by people. And I think this is one of the very interesting things when you see computers doing things really fast. You notice this in the finance markets, is they can also make mistakes really fast as well. And I think we always have to be very careful about relying too much on computers. I think we have to make sure that we check and see that what they're suggesting and the data that they're presenting to us makes sense. That's one of the issues that I have with AI, is that sometimes the people that actually write the code are no longer able to tell you what that computer system is actually doing. And I think that can be problematic.
Right. So humans are still necessary in terms of a certain amount of data interpretation. Would that be correct? Right. So you use computers also, though, in analyzing the market. Would that be correct, Shakid?
Well, I try personally not to. What I try and do is I try and get our stats guys to use computers to give us.
Okay, now you're talking like a CEO.
Now he's talking.
Talk to me. Do you own the company and you're the CEO of the company to get other people to do that work? Would that be correct?
Yeah, so I'm basically a strategist. So I design strategies. Yes, I am one of the owners of the company, but primarily, yeah, we are fund managers. However, it's not a one-man operation. Obviously, you need multiple people, and we rely on each other's different skill sets. So,
yeah, and you were thinking about moving to Switzerland. Was that the plan?
So that was my plan. I have quite a lot of clients over in Switzerland. I have quite a lot of friends over in Switzerland, and it just seemed like a natural progression for me to move over there and live there for a period of time while I continued to build our business. So our good friend Holmes, so I think you had on last week.
Holmes Stoner, yes. He's the of the American International Chamber of Commerce. So you know Holmes?
I do know Holmes. He twisted my arm and asked me to be the president of the board of advisors for the Packering Chamber of Commerce. So that might make it a little bit more difficult for me to go to Switzerland. I might have to spend a little bit more time in the Pacific nations in the United States. But, I'm a pretty free spirit, so happy to go where I think I'm best suited and best needed.
Well, Shaquille, that's wonderful to hear. And if your intention is to move to Switzerland, and hopefully you get that chance, or would you be thinking of Zurich specifically or someplace else?
Look, I very much love Zurich. I think Zurich's one of the prettiest places that I've been to. I do have a lot of friends that live in or around Liechtenstein. And that's, it's a little bit more semi-rural there. So I quite like being down there. Of course, you've got the borders between Austria and Germany right there as well. So you can sort of, have lunch in one country and have dinner in another country and have breakfast in another country and sleep in another one. So that's always fun coming from from a country like Australia where we don't have borders with any other countries. It's always fun to be able to do that.
Yes.
Do they still have the Anstalt and the Stiftung in Liechtenstein by any chance in terms of their corporations that they use, or do you work with those at all?
Look, I've got friends that are over there. That I know that there's some asset management companies in Liechtenstein. I don't spend an awful lot of time in Liechtenstein. I just happen to have friends that work there. So,
well, no one can spend much time because you blink and you go through it.
There is a casino there. I actually haven't been to the casino, but there is one there. So perhaps you could spend some time there.
Oh, okay.
Maybe. I'm not sure what it's like, but I'm sure it'd be fun.
But my experience in Zurich was that it's very expensive. but I don't think that it's going to be a problem for you. But you know, it is a city that I think you have to have some certain amount of wealth to live comfortably and profitably there.
It sounds like San Francisco.
It sounds like
Jim.
San Francisco. I was just going to add that.
Right. Yeah, because those are expensive places to live. San Francisco, New York, Boston.
But even Zurich surprised the San Franciscan.
Really?
Yeah. Having traveled around the world, you know, to a number of countries, I haven't been everywhere, but I've been to a lot of places. I can say that in my experience as a foreigner going to Switzerland, certainly Zurich and Geneva are probably the two most expensive countries, or the two most expensive parts of the world that I've been to. But when it comes to how expensive they really are, one of the things to remember as well is what people earn when they live there. So I met a lovely young lady while I was there. She was 22, 23, and she was earning about the equivalent of 60 Australian dollars an hour. And she was basically just a server, a wait person at a restaurant. So she was telling me that to catch the train to work was about $30, which seems like an enormous amount of money. But of course, it's relatively speaking. So it depends as well on what people are earning locally. So when you talk about the more expensive parts of the United States, such as San Francisco, yes, the cost of housing is a lot more expensive, but also
wages are more higher. Wages are higher. Yeah. So you're going to have to sell a lot more Chess for Dummies books, Jim, if you want to live in Zurich. Okay, because your Chess for Dummies books won't expand any further. Shakid, what's the name of the firm that you started? Tell us a little about your company that you started, or your partners and are working.
Yeah, so we've got two at the moment. We're still finalising some of our licensing. So one of our firms is called Acacia Capital Management, which is located over in Liechtenstein. And I also have another company called 6 Weeks Management, which is located in Singapore.
Mm-hmm. Okay, and does your company invest internationally? Is that your unique selling proposition? You do international investments?
We invest on what we call the public lit markets. So, you know, the markets that you'll see on TV, the New York Stock Exchange and, you know, the London Stock Exchange, we invest in public securities. So that's primarily what we do. We don't generally do too much stuff off market. However, of course, I do have friends and contacts within the banking community that are able to fund other types of projects for people and, you know, give research grants and things like that.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, in the U.S., there's a lot of financial advisors and money management companies. My question is, how do you differentiate your company from, and I know a lot of money managers here in the U.S., how do you differentiate yours from all the other companies that are out there that do financial management?
Look, I don't really think that you need to differentiate yourself that much. I think if you've got good results and you're able to show that you're, you know, fairly knowledgeable about what you're doing, there's always going to be a client base, especially in places like Europe where, you know, they've got negative interest rates as well as the rate of inflation. It's very easy to be able to beat those sorts of market expectations. Whilst the United States is very attractive, one of the things to remember is that because of the way that international tax laws work and because of the way that international treaties work, sometimes it can be very difficult for some people to invest in some countries. And a classic example of that is people who live in the United States who would like to invest, for example, in shares in Australia, will often purchase those shares through what they call ADRs, which are shares held by banks on behalf of investors in America, instead of Americans being able to invest into them directly. And so there's a lot of different things like that change the jurisdiction and make certain investors more attracted to being in some jurisdictions rather than others. And another classic example of that, of course, is when you receive dividends. Normally, those dividends will have some tax that's taken out of those dividends before the shareholders receive them. But depending on what country you live in, will depend on how much of an imputation credit you will receive.
Right.
And so all of those things, I think, you know, come into the things that people assess when they're trying to determine where's the best place to put their money.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and what I understand, Liechtenstein is actually a very favorable tax jurisdiction to part funds. But tax systems differ from country to country. U.S., we tax on our worldwide income. But from what I understand, that is not the policy of a lot of other countries. They do not tax on worldwide income. Is that the policy of Australia? Do they tax on worldwide income or not?
So I think most countries do tax on a residence base. The primary difference with the United States is that the United States will tax its citizens even if they don't live in the country any longer. So there's only two countries that do that to my knowledge, and that's the United States and Eritrea. And I think that can become a little bit problematic because sometimes you will see situations where a person may have been born in the United States to parents who are just there on holidays. Maybe the child was born early. That child becomes a US citizen by birthright, but may not have been aware of that. And so that child then grows up, they're 30 years old, 40 years old, decides to go on a holiday to the United States and finds out that they owe the IRS 40 years worth of tax returns. So, again, I think that the big problem with politics and governments in general is that oftentimes there are little loopholes and little things that will occur that may not necessarily have been the intention of the legislation, but nobody can be bothered to get around to fixing it, probably because it doesn't make a lot of political sense to do so. There's no political currency in fixing some problems. And as the world becomes more globalized, as we become, smaller, really, we're able to trade smaller, we're able to have a conversation from multiple different countries at the same time. I think it's important that we do start to think about how we can interact better amongst countries that are doing trade with each other.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Now, I've heard that in Malta, they created some very favorable pension legislation to the extent they have a Malta pension trust, which I've seen some articles here saying that they provide wonderful tax benefits to U.S. citizens. Have you run across the Malta pension trust at all when you're traveling?
Unfortunately, I can't say I know an awful lot about Malta, but what I will say is that for anybody who is trying to look for a jurisdiction solely for the purposes of avoiding taxes, you have to also think about what you're giving up. For me personally, I am actually single. I don't know why, but I am single right at the moment. But if I was to get married and have children, the idea that I would leave them or take my children away from extended family in order to save a few dollars in taxes, I don't think that would make a lot of sense. Mm-hmm. Having said that, because of the way that taxation legislation is written all over the world, what I think you often find is that there are a lot of loopholes that if you don't use, you'll end up paying taxes at much higher rates than what the legislature probably intended. And I think that in some cases, taxes can end up being quite punitive where they really didn't need to be. And again, that can be problematic. I think we do really need to have some very sensible conversations about tax reform internationally. Right. And if we can't trust the governments right now at the moment to deal with something which is a worldwide crisis, the coronavirus, if we can't trust them to give us information that's really going to help us, information that's not going to be totally in conflict, then I don't hold very high hopes that politicians around the world are going to get together and work out solutions to things like taxation.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I do have a comment and a question. My comment is that I'm an ugly American, so I'm pretty ignorant of the rest of the world, and I'm just amazed at how well you speak English coming from Australia. And my question is, I just think that is your experience in Sydney different from Willie's experience in Melbourne versus this pandemic?
So I am actually British as well as being Australian, so perhaps that helps.
Hey, Jim, here, buddy. They speak English in Australia, mate.
Oh, like I speak American, so I have trouble following that sometimes.
I don't have any trouble following that. All you have to do is say "mate" at the end of your sentence, and you're good to go with the Australian.
Okay.
Mate.
Okay.
You have to say, "Akil, mate." You guys speak pretty good English over there, mate.
There are some American words that I'm just not quite sure about, like herb. There is actually a H in it, so I'm not sure why you guys decided to omit that. But
I say Harvard. I don't say Harvard. Harvard. How do you say that word? I say Harvard. Yeah. So it depends on where you are in America.
So don't worry about him, Shaquille. He lives in San Francisco. That's a
But
whole
what is the
world
situation in Sydney compared to Melbourne?
Yeah,
Well,
what's the difference between Sydney and Melbourne anyway, mate?
I can certainly tell you that Sydney has much better weather than Melbourne does. That's not too difficult. Unfortunately, Melbourne, which is a very pretty city to go to, and it's if you actually go to the city of Melbourne, there's some very old buildings that are sort of built in the old sort of British colonial kind of style. So it's a very pretty city to go to. But unfortunately, recently in the news in the last handful of days, it looks like there's been a bit of a resurgence in COVID there, which has been a little bit worse than what we've seen up in Sydney. So look, I enjoy Victoria, which is the state that Melbourne's in. But unfortunately, you know, most of our states have actually closed their borders, at least temporarily, while we're dealing with the COVID issue.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's sort of like when someone asks me, what's it like in California? I mean, well, what part of California are you talking about?
Yeah, it's big. Yeah. You know, yeah, but actually I saw a movie the other day that was actually filmed in Melbourne, where the mate lives over there, Willie Hill. And apparently it's been broadcast over here. I guess they have a big resurgence in the film industry over there in Melbourne. Is that what's going on there, Willie?
Yep. They're releasing a lot of films, but I think a lot of these were shot like a year, 2 years ago. It's just that they had difficulty in releasing them. That's all.
Right. Yeah. Well, it's like all films. They'll be filmed, they'll be put in the can. That may take a year or two before they're actually released. Some of them are actually looking for the right time and opportunity when to release the movie. Today is not a good day to release any movies because nobody is in the theaters. So it's
well, my cousin's son is in Melbourne filming right now, and because a lot of these things that go straight to video, they don't go to the theaters.
Right. Yeah, they go to Netflix, they go to Amazon Prime, they go to Acorn, right.
And also what's happening is that, right now Bollywood, Hollywood and all other major film industries around the world, they are releasing the movies on OTT platforms. And those movies are, if you ask me the budget of those movies, it's around $100 to $200 million. So it's not that they're not depending on theaters now, but because if the theaters are also open because of the current pandemic and things like that, it's difficult to do social distancing. So OTT releases what they're looking for, and I think that would be a next big market in terms of new releases, and that's how they will make movies accordingly. And also what happens in India, we make big movies, so maybe we are dividing those movies and creating a lot of new series out of this.
Mm-hmm. Right. Yeah. Okay.
To our new guest.
For those who've just joined us, well, he just disappeared, but we're going to get Vijit back. We have Ankit from New Delhi, India. Willie Hill is actually from Melbourne, Australia, mate. Ankit is head of IBM TV, director of our programming. Willie Hill is actually heads up the startup community in Australia. He's got like 10,000 people plus that are part of the startup community that he's involved in. 10,000. That's nothing, right, mate? Jim Eade does not have 10,000 people. He's completely by himself, but he wrote a book, Chess for Dummies. So
Jim Eade is also the CEO of the Eade Foundation.
Oh, the Eade Foundation, which has one member himself. but he did write the book Chess for Dummies, so he understood how to collect royalties. And our special guest, Shahil Latimer, who's actually in the great Sydney, Australia, and it's a international. It looks like a investment company. Would that be correct? Are you a venture company? A venture? What exactly type of money management again?
Yeah, so I don't want to say that I'm a hedge fund because that's not technically correct, but that would be the most equivalent, I think, what you guys would be used to in the United States. So that's essentially what we are. We run a hedge fund, which means that we have a portfolio of money that we manage, and we try to make better returns than what you would expect in the market. Mm-hmm. I also try to make what we call absolute returns. So one of the things that really irks me about the industry is that beating the market, if you talk about the market has turned down by 12%, and you only lost 10%, well, that's a really great result. I personally have a problem with that. I think that if you're doing this for a living, I'm not saying that you should never take losses, but I think that you should be able to, over time, be pretty consistent with the amount of money that you actually are making for your investors.
I would agree.
You're making use of technology and intelligence to get your edge. Is that not true?
Yeah, that's right. I actually studied, believe it or not, I spent a lot of time studying what a lot of professional gamblers did, because a lot of them use some very smart money management techniques to overcome actually a house edge, because obviously bookmakers aren't there to give you money. They're there to make a profit. So they have to actually overcome that edge. And so I did spend quite a lot of time studying the kind of money management techniques that they were using, as well as trying to find mathematical edges. And what I simply found was that, if you are, for example, a professional sports bettor, you might be able to place 1,000 bets a year. But if you can find a similar edge within the market, you can maybe place 1,000 bets a second. And of course, these days with computers, and you guys will probably heard a lot more about things like HFT and all of those types of, very, very fast technologies. What they're able to do is they're able to place massive amounts of trades very, very fast. Now, personally, I don't like seeing them go as fast as that, because, as I said before, the faster you go, the faster you amplify the mistake, if there is one.
Right. Yes, the quants. Abjeet has just joined us. Abjeet, tell us a little about who you are, where you're from, and what you do.
I'm good. I was traveling in remote areas of India, so I could not connect with Ankit. But thanks to Ankit, he kept sending me. I tried to come, but I think internet was not so good. How's things going on? Do let us know from where we can start. I think it's been time. So what are the topics on which now we have reached after this post-COVID edge? And I think all countries has started their business more of the same, less or more, but economy is showing its own trends, and now people are at least in position to understand what is the exact impact economically and financially they had on their ecosystem. So I might not be the right person to start with, so continue. Wherever I can step in would come in, and we'll keep
well, tell our audience a little bit about what you actually do. You're in India, what city you're in, and what actually you do in that city.
In India, as of now, the prime area on which people are working is to control numbers which were going a lot out of hand, and it's very important for us to understand what are the things which we can do, which keeps us balanced between we can do business also, and then we can very important for us to continue with the work also.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So how has the coronavirus affected India? Ankit, do you have the report? Remember, you have that report of the coronavirus deaths and stuff like that. We have a national report that we like to take a look at. Since I know that will happen 300 years from now when everybody's dead, somebody's going to say, hey, remember these old tapes? Look, they looked at these reports. And they were talking about this thing called the coronavirus. So, here it is. Yeah, the coronavirus cases. This is our worldwide report. 572,000 deaths, 7 million recovered. But you also have a country by country. Now, this is very important, I think. The United States leading the way once again.
Yeah, USA.
3.4 million people infected and 137,000 deaths.
But I think India has a bullet by it.
72,000. India, you guys have pulled up to number 3.
It's India number 3 with a bullet. They're just going up and up.
A bullet going up and up. So, Ankit, tell me what's going on over there. Why are we guys having a problem?
Cases are stacking up. We are doing a lot more tracing and tracking, and whatever we can do, we are doing that. Because of more testing, the numbers are coming up more. But if you talk about what's happening in India, it's majority in some zones basically. So Delhi, Bombay, some of the parts of Tamil Nadu, one of our states, and some other cities, they have more cases. And then Rest of the India is safe, and they are doing normal life. But mask is very important, so we are wearing mask, following the right precautions. But it's a big population, it's a big country, and it's difficult to manage everything at once. So we are taking our time, but things are improving. But if you check the numbers, it's depressing. So we still have a lot of, pandemic era left. Basically, I think it'll take around a month or so to drop down the numbers. But let's see how it goes.
But Ankit, our president has the answer. Slow down the testing.
Yeah, there won't be as many people that will be infected if you slow down the testing, Ankit. Have you guys thought of that?
So we were initially slow, then we picked up the testing, and now we are doing testing only in the containment zones mostly. So
Well, that's the word
that's
why your numbers are going up.
We are 1.3 billion actually. So if we slow down the testing, it will take a lot of years. So we are just trying to manage the run rate so that we'll go and trace a lot of people's every now and then and make sure that they come out cured. But the best part is that we have a good success rate in terms of number of cures, and also we have very mild symptoms as compared to serious symptoms. And we have a lot of immunity boosters and magic medicines in India like Ayurveda and all those stuff. So we are taking all those things to make sure that our immunity is good, and then we can survive ourselves during the COVID era.
Yeah,
that is what we are doing.
Yeah, the death rate seems pretty low. In other words, when you look at the U.S., we're sitting at 137. Then almost half is Brazil at 72, and then half again is India at 23. So you're looking at, and then half again at Russia at 11. So
yeah, can you trust those numbers?
What?
I don't trust those numbers from Russia.
Well, of course not. But do you see China on the list here at all?
No.
Do you trust any numbers from China?
No.
Neither do I. I mean, the thing is, there it is. It's way down there, but it's manipulated data, as we well know. And even the U.S.
If you check out the weekend numbers, they are much bigger. So if I go to yesterday's numbers, see the numbers: 58,000 in US, 25,000 Brazil, and 30,000 in India. And if I go 2 days ago, then the numbers are 61,000. So what happened is that if you check out the graph on weekends, the numbers are growing in US and Brazil as compared to India, and that is because I think people are going out on weekends and they are at home or maybe doing work on weekdays.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't know what's happening, but the numbers are growing on weekends.
Really?
Okay.
Is there a I'm trying to put my glasses on and say it's a little bit small on my screen, but does it show anywhere there what percentage of the population has actually died? How many people have died as a percentage of the total population?
Yeah. If you go to if you go to the one right, the last part is population. The right before is the tests per population, and then you're looking for million of population. See, that's the important part because some of the countries are larger and some are smaller. So the United States is only 73.5 death per million, where that's
the world. That's the world. So the United States.
I think that's the total death. United States is 416.
Yeah, 416 per million, which is not good. Brazil at 339 and India is 17.
You can see that Spain and the UK, for example, have had much higher rates than that.
Yeah.
So let's not beat up the United States too much.
Right. No, we won't because our deaths per million. But still, we're below the world average of 73 per million. And India is way below, but part of that could be because India has a younger population. And we're like Japan, we have an older population. And the UK has a crazy population. So they're sitting at 660, but,
Or maybe the Indians are taking some things for their health, for their personal protection individually that are helping them recover faster and suffer milder cases. And maybe the United States diet is not so good for building up our immune system.
Yeah, but remember, we're talking to Dr. Sagu, I think, who was doing bariatric surgery, and he said that India is starting to face a greater, heavier unhealthy population. So we sent McDonald's over there, and McDonald's and all our fast food.
USA.
Okay, you want to destroy a country, send the McDonald's. Okay,
And a guy like me, as long as the USA is number one, I'm happy.
Right. Well, the thing is, you don't need atomic bombs, guys. You don't need all this military. What you need to do is send them our fast foods over there. That'll take care of it.
Yeah.
So anytime you want to destroy a country, send our fast food guys over there.
Yeah, China's beating us in technology, but we're going to beat them with the fast foods.
We're going to send you Kentucky Fried Chicken. That'll take care of you. And so, yeah, the fast food industry. So the thing is, that has a lot to do with it. I would imagine we've seen also younger demographics just not as affected as much. Now, younger demographics with pre-existing conditions are a different story. So if you're a younger person with diabetes, or you have a health condition, asthma or whatever, then you're a higher propensity to pass away. But if you're a younger person, you have no pre-existing conditions and stuff like that, can float in and out in this like another flu.
Except you might have lung scarring or some problem with your brain that is lifelong.
Yeah, but you could make the argument they would have that anyway. So,
I think it's important, though, that we don't focus too heavily just on numbers and what they might appear at first glance. I'll be very careful what I say about your country's politics at a time like now, where it's so polarized. I was very interested to see a few weeks ago that Fox was talking about how Democrat states such as California and New York had these huge increases in coronavirus cases, whereas some of the Republican states didn't. And more recently, you've started to see places like Texas starting to have a bit more of a resurgence in the virus. I think some of the things that people are not always able to see in the numbers are things like density of living. Obviously, living in New York City or in LA, there's a lot. You're going to have contact with a lot more people than perhaps you're going to have if you're living in, on a farm in Kansas. So a lot of those things are not necessarily reflected in the numbers, and that also will apply to countries. So if you have a look at Russia's numbers, if we believe Russia's numbers, they are actually quite small. But if you actually have a look at Russia, whilst yes, there is a big percentage of the population that lives in places like St. Petersburg and Moscow, there are a lot. It's a big country, and there are a lot of people that live in quite remote places of the country that are unlikely to come in contact with people who have been exposed to COVID. So those are also things to take into account.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, but right. See, then what about India? They have billions of people that live all close to each other. How can we account for India with billions of people that live close to each other?
Well, you're right. India does have some very big cities with, hundreds of millions of people that live in those cities. But India also is a very big country that also has a lot of very rural areas where people aren't necessarily going to travel to. Mm-hmm. So, again, it's very interesting because I see the same thing happen in the insurance industry. The same thing can often happen in the healthcare industry. The same thing can happen in finance. Is that you see a set of numbers, but nobody actually asks why. Why are these numbers the way they actually are? And sometimes we can get the impression that something seems a lot worse or a lot better than it actually is. And that's something that, in my opinion, computers can't necessarily pick up on. Sometimes that's something that we as human beings have to review the data and have a look at it a little bit more closely and say, okay, does this make sense, or is there potentially other explanations for it?
Okay, well, would you fly an airplane that has no human and it's just completely computer controlled flights landing? And they do land a lot of planes just on the computer systems today. Would you, Shaquille, fly a flight from, let's say, from Sydney to London, computer guided, no human?
Well, technically speaking, I wouldn't be flying. The computer would be, but no, I'll leave your English alone. That was only a little crack because you had a crack at us there. Would I? Not based on today's technology. However, At the moment, if you talk to Airbus or Boeing right now, it used to be that the pilots took off and then they kind of sat around and then they landed. Now with the new technology, they barely do that. A lot of the landing happens by computer automatically with computer assistance. So, I think that we're not far away from that. But again, I wouldn't want to fly in a plane that had no human intervention in case something went wrong.
Right.
Computers are certainly getting a lot better, but I don't think that they're going to be able to replace humans altogether.
Well, Shaquille, I've just met you, but you're obviously a brilliant analyst, and I think you have a 1700 rating only because you haven't devoted enough attention to chess.
I totally agree. So, Shaquille, here's what you need to do. Give up your job, play up chess on the internet all the time, ignore anything else in life, and then your rating will go up. Read his book, Chess for Dummies, and then your rating would go up. But you have to sacrifice everything. Everything.
I would definitely get the book. My biggest problem, and it's actually hurt my game, I have to say, it's hurt my game dramatically, is that I've been playing a lot of 1 minute blitz. And, you don't have a lot of time. You're just sort of playing and, you make a mistake and you make some silly move and who sort of cares. And I actually found my rating one day fell all the way down to 1100 and I thought, no, I can't have this. So I sort of got it back up to 1600 and I was a bit more happy with that.
Yeah. Well, Shaquille, my wife came home one day and said, "What did you do today?" And I realized I had played about 1,000 games of blitz, of bullet chess. We call it.
Right. For those who've joined later,
cold turkey. I never played again.
Cold turkey on bullet. For those who've joined us,
1 minute chess is not.
We were discussing just briefly bullet chess, which is the whole game is played in 1 minute. So you get 1 minute, your opponent gets 1 minute. They call it bullet chess. I think Kramik said you can do it another way. All you do is keep hitting the clock. Everybody keeps hitting the clock and ignore the game altogether. Blitz is a little faster. It's 5 minutes, so 3 to 5 minutes. Then you go to action to 10. Then you go regular tournament, which could be 40 moves and 2 hours. I mean, it just goes on forever. So joining us from the great country of Canada, who used to live in the other great country of Russia, Alexander Starr, who actually runs our television program, Chess Stars. Welcome to the program, Alexander Starr. Tell us a little bit about, I think last week you actually had Mike Hofer on Chess Stars along with Jim Eade. Tell us who you're going to have on Chess Stars.
Well, we had a fantastic program on Saturday. Everybody enjoyed that. I think we are going to have this Saturday continuation of last Saturday's program, simply because there was so much to cover. And we, in my opinion, just started to explore really what a chess of today means, where it's going. And I'm uncovering new sources almost daily, which shows you that today's chess in a giant crisis never experienced before. In the last 500 years, there were no situation with the chess as it is now, on all levels that you may think about. It's horrendous world championships where you have 12 draws and 12 games. It's generally lost. Therefore, one of the reasons is that unfortunately the interest to chess therefore is getting lost, because why would you pay $1.5 million to two guys making 12 draws in 12 games? Can they do it for maybe $500 a game? That probably would be fair. I wouldn't pay even 500, but some people probably would, and maybe even 1,000. So here we go. Here's $1,000. Make another draw. Thank you. Okay, here's another $1,000. Okay, here's another draw. Done deal. Great. Let's move. Is it so exciting? Is it something that you would sit for hours to follow that? Not me. I'm not going to do that. So if there are more and more people like myself, and I understand there are plenty now, that means something has to be done. I don't know what. And maybe there is nothing can be done, simply because in its present form, where both players content with a draw, expected result is a draw. That's just as simple as that. Even more problems are with online chess when there is a cheating is incredible. It's impossible to stop. And regardless of what everyone is claiming, every site like chess.com and others, they're claiming that they found anti-cheating mechanisms and they're doing this and that. It's all, and I used to say 75 cents, but these days it's probably $3.50. Will buy you a cup of coffee. That's all. Because there is no substance behind this. There is impossible to detect cheating and do anything about it. In
But Sasha,
fact, yes.
Sasha, I'm sorry to interrupt, but I was going to bring Shaquille into this because the pandemic that you're describing is technology based. It's not
It's
about
technology based.
but it's technology. That is what's ruining.
But
chess.
let's see what Alexander Starr is saying. It's just true. The last World Championship with Fabiano and Magnus, 12 games, 12 draws, boring. And so his chess stars, rather than saying that, okay, you get to bet on the moves and what the next move is, and then you get to participate in the game, and you don't care if it's a draw or not. You could win or lose crowns if you bet on the next move. Anyway, Shaquille, you might find that pretty interesting since you come from that world of investing. And actually, Alexander Starr runs our investment show on Wednesday because he does his own individual investing.
Yes,
Shaquille, by the way, Alexander is a professional investor. Manages other people's money, so the next move on the board he doesn't tell people what that's going to be. It's a whole different cat.
I will just make the comment though that if 12 draws is boring, we call it soccer, but the British still insist on calling it football. I don't know how I would feel about going to a game 90 minutes later, it's a 0-0 draw, coming in the next week, another 0-0 draw.
Mm-hmm.
I think I'd be pretty annoyed at that game too. So I think I'd prefer the chess, to be honest.
Yeah.
Well, I speak enough British to know what nil means and what football means. But what we're talking about is something that is, for example, 30 years ago, I was paying per minute charges on AOL to watch Karpov-Kasparov play. I was riveted to every single move. I didn't even watch the last World Championship because
I didn't either.
It's just not interesting to me.
Right. I didn't either. And the thing is, what happened is there were 12 games, 12 draws. Then they went to a speed match. Magnus won the speed game, and it was over. And it was like, why are you going to watch 12 draws? And part of it is the computers and programs. These people have programmed their brains into computers, and they basically play the game out to a draw. Then they go do it again. They do it again. They do it again. And you're going, well, why are we bothering watching this? There's nothing interesting really going on. And then they go down to a blitz game, and then the blitz game determines the match.
Well, this is a different discipline. The blitz and active chess are completely different discipline from tournament chess. Number one. Number two, Carlsen admitted himself that in practice he is learning and following games of artificial intelligence program by the name what is it? Alpha Zero. I have to remember that.
Yeah, Alpha Zero. Yep.
So he's practicing, and now another problem is that his opponents, look at these tournaments, what they're playing online now, that Carlsen organized. There's $150,000 in prizes. And all what they show their memory skills. There is no game being played. They just memorize certain lines. So the guy memorized one line, another guy memorizes another line. So there is no gaming process. I'd rather watch, poker on a TV when there is no play. There is no playing progress. I mean, one got 2 cards, another one got 2 cards, then 5 cards at the middle of the table, which could be used by both players for fulfill their combination to complete the combination. And that's all. There is no playing process like in chess. But there is a chess, also very little playing process. But because once they exhausted their memories and they're trying to play a sort of game on its own, they're playing on a 2200 levels. They're making huge mistakes. They're playing horrible moves, and it's not worth seeing. It's horrible. I'd rather watch game between AlphaZero against Stockfish. That will be way more complete game on a much higher level. And therefore, I don't see any reason what these people like Carlson and his friends, what are they contributing to chess? Is there a beauty in their games? Is there something to learn from their games? No, absolutely nothing. They're just grabbing 99.99% of the money available to chess and put it in their bank accounts. And that's really all what's happening here. I can say that.
We'll get Magnus Carlsen to appear.
Sasha gets on a roll. It's a bad time. So let's say hello to Kimberly and Sharif. Thank you for joining us.
Yes, right.
Has Malaysia opened up its economy?
Yes. I said that step by step, Malaysian economy is open up. And most importantly, Malaysia start to getting very good result from this economy because they handle or tackle this COVID-19 situations. I told you, let's say their central bank, Bank Negara Malaysia, they are actually getting a very good reserve in their bank. I think it's a $103 billion right now, as well as in microeconomics, like even AirAsia, Petronas, Sunway, Gamuda, many positive business impact right now we are observing. Malaysia, initially their finance minister, they said that we need one year to overcome from this situation. But now the business like researcher and scholar and policymaker, they say even businessmen, they also said in between 6 months, hopefully they will be overcome from this economic situations. I want to say the countries, those who have good ecosystem like Malaysia, and they try to overcome from this COVID-19 situations, I think they will get a very good result next 1 year.
Well, Sharif, I must say that Nick's earlier guest, Peter, had me so depressed, and now I was putting my CBD patch on my head. But now you're giving me a source of optimism.
That's because he is in Malaysia, and Malaysia and Australia, they don't have the big coronavirus issues that they do in the United States. So for those who are joining us close to the hour, we have Ken Calhoun has just joined us from the Raleigh-Durham, North Carolina, who's director at IBM TV. Jim Eade, who runs Chess Without Borders, our television show at IBM TV. Sharif, who's he's in the state of San Francisco and the state of confusion. Then we have Sharif, who's actually in Malaysia, who's a PhD scholar in the Malaysia area. Alexander Starr, who runs Chess Stars, also our investing show on Wednesday at 1 o'clock for those people who need to learn a little bit more about covered call and options. He's in Toronto. And then Shaquille, who's actually in Sydney, Australia, who is a professional investment manager, or I guess does money management. So unlike Alexander will tell you what he's going to do, Shaquille says,
Alexander would be quite interested to know that what really helped me to sort of cut my bones and really advance my career was actually options trading. When I first started in finance, I was quite young. I was quite cocky and arrogant. I knew everything, and I wasn't going to listen to anybody. And so lots of people told me about options trading, and I did not want to know about them. And I actually did finally start to learn about options trading, and it made a huge difference to me. And that's then led on to other strategies that I've been able to use elsewhere. So I'm sure that Alexandra and I can have some very interesting conversations.
Yeah.
Shakil, one question to you. Shakil, are you buying options?
Am I buying options?
Are you buying options?
He doesn't tell us what he does.
He doesn't tell us. See, the thing is, that's the difference.
No. We have honest program here. We're not lying. We're honest. And that's okay. Why I want to exchange ideas with a professional like Shakil. So please tell us.
I will start off by saying to anybody who's watching that anything that I say is not intended to be financial advice. This is just my opinion. So please seek your own professional advice before acting on anything that I say. Do I buy options? Of course. Do I sell options? Of course, it depends on the circumstances. When you become a little bit more advanced in options trading, you will start to look at options pricing in relation to its volatility pricing. And I think a lot of people, when they get to that level, start to get a little bit confused, because what they'll start to do is they'll start to think that because an options price in volatility terms is quite high, it's really expensive, and so therefore on the other hand,
that's the Securities Exchange Commission coming in.
Yeah, there we go.
To listen to you.
On the other hand, what you'll sometimes see people doing is they'll see that options prices are very low relative to volatility, and so they'll rush out to buy them. But often the reason why volatility prices are high or low is because of something that's fundamentally changed in the market. So I have no aversion to buying options, but I think that you need to be buying them for a reason. And one of the big takeaways, if I can just share this with people, is you can buy an option and be correct about direction, but be wrong about volatility, and you can still lose money. You can buy an option and be incorrect about direction, but be correct about volatility, and you can still make money. So options are a very versatile instrument. They can be used to mitigate your risk, or they can be used to take on enormously larger amounts of risk and disproportionate amounts of risk based on the portfolio that you have.
Shaquille, thank you very much for the explanation. But sorry, let me finish.
Yes.
My question was incorrect. What I meant, whether you're buying naked options, because if you're selling vertical call, or buying vertical call, of course it implies a spread. I didn't mean that at all. I meant naked options. The number two question, are you aware that from 1973, when they first started to trade on Chicago Board of Trade, until today, which is 2020, there was only 1 year when buyers of options beat sellers. It was, of course, 1987, year of the stock market crash. All others, so we are talking about 26 years out of 27, the sellers of options beat buyers. Would you agree with that?
The numbers that you've said are correct, but no, I don't agree with what you said.
Okay.
Based on
I
what?
want to make a comment here. One, I want to say thank you, Shaquille. It's a pleasure to meet you. Holmes shared a lot with me the other day about you, so I was looking forward to meeting you today. And actually took off from something I have to be doing to beam in to say hi.
Thank you.
I truly respect your position. I'm so thankful that you do a disclaimer. And the other thing I want to say is the reason why Nick and I like to do these shows, and the reason why we inspired them, is when we used to do the TV shows and interview these, people like you that are just worldly experienced. The interviews were great, but the better talks were at the coffee shop at lunch. And I used to tell Nick, I wish I could bring the camera, and when we're all sitting around just like this and just having a chat, that we share this information with the people, because it's those kind of conversations of what if, this is what I'm doing, from experienced people, that open that door to give people knowledge and understanding to have less fear. Because we all make mistakes. There are a lot of risks out there. But the more you talk about it, the less fear you can have about it. But my question to you is, and because I missed the first part of the conversation, and since you've been here, is what kind of education, you talk about that you learned, but what kind of education did you have in your youth? And after education, and then what did you get to learn this? Where did you go?
Very interesting question, and unfortunately, amongst a group of academics, I think you probably won't like my answer too much, but I will very quickly say I'm glad that you like my disclaimer, because your shirt that says I have no trust, I think explained it all perfectly. I would actually like to answer Alexander's question in a bit more detail later. But to answer your question, look, I thought I was a bit clever for school, and I wanted to get out there and sort of work out how to make my own money and do my own thing. And I I was so excited. I became so enthralled with watching on TV all these people screaming at each other, and there was all these bits of paper flying up in the air. It all looked very, very exciting, and I thought, that's me. That's what I want to be doing. And of course, by the time I turned 16, 17, the Sydney Futures Exchange closed down, so that was the open outcry pit, so I didn't have the opportunity to do that. And by the time I got old enough to go to the UK and to work on the floor there, their open outcry pits closed as well. So I'm sort of going around at the moment, Chicago and New York, begging people that I know, please, will you let me go onto the floor? But look, most of my education, I did actually study finance. So I studied financial instruments. I studied a lot of things that I learned about markets and economics that, frankly, just didn't make a lot of sense to me. And because of the kind of person I was back then, again, very, very cocky and very arrogant kind of person, because something didn't make sense to me, I would quite frequently say, well, that's just utter nonsense, so why should we do it? And one of the examples of that was when I was 17, we had the great tragedy in New York, the September 11 tragedy, and of course that affected markets all over the world. Sorry, I just got a bit of background noise there.
The SEC is coming again.
They're coming for me again.
Markets.
One of the things that I found so frustrating about what I was hearing at the time, we have a thing in Australia called superannuation funds. They're very similar to what you guys would call a 401k or a pension fund. And a lot of these funds have their values fall by, 30%, 40%, 50%, those sorts of levels. And of course, we saw that again during the 2007, 8, 9 crisis. We saw these massive falls in people's pension retirement money that's been professionally managed. It always seemed to me that the markets can really only ever do one of two things. They can sit flat for a while, but eventually they will either move up or they will move down. And if you're professionally doing something, if you're professionally managing a portfolio of assets, for it to come as a surprise to you that the market did one of the only two possible things it can do seemed to me at the time to be a little bit incompetent. Now, obviously today, because I'm a bit more experienced and I understand the finance markets a little bit better, I do understand now why some money managers are under so much pressure that they don't have a choice but to wear some losses that I don't think that they should have to wear. But again, a lot of that has come about because of bad government regulation. It's come about, for example, when we've talked a lot about HFT, we mentioned that earlier, where people are trying to race the market and trying to front run orders and things like that. A lot of that came about because in 2006, the SEC passed legislation in order to try and prevent a different type of predatory behaviour. But it caused a different issue to occur, and I don't think that issue has been adequately addressed yet. So this was really my reasoning for wanting to get into the finance markets, was I thought that I could do a better job, and the SEC really don't like me today.
No, the SEC keeps
I'm going to make
in.
a copy of that and keep that for when we need it. But I want to share something with you that actually, I'm so honored that somebody actually took my quote and they're using it in their magazine. But and maybe you'll appreciate this, because I'm the least educated person academic-wise on this board. But hear me out on this. Education is very valuable. Very valuable. Experience, very expensive. Very expensive, but worth it.
Yeah.
But other people's experience is priceless.
I have my $1 million education.
You can learn from somebody else's experience is priceless. And that's what all of this is about. Is so, I'm kind of, I always believe, hey, if you can go get that paper, do it. And I always tell Nick, without that PhD, I lack credibility. everywhere I go because I don't have
Sharif has his PhD. He's totally credible.
But I'll tell you what, Nick will tell you, just like any,
That's true.
I get the job done.
It's the world of academia. It's a different world. So
Academia is its own class, just like chess has its own cult.
Right, chess has
And
its
so
own cult.
I truly, respect anyone who can go get paper, but getting that experience and making it successful, not giving up, and being humble with it. Because you're very humble. Because I truly, I admire the way you keep saying, that you didn't know.
We all were at a young age. In the spirit of disclaimers, we should tell kids not to do what Shaquille did. Don't try this at home, because he is a professional.
Yeah. He does the disclaimers, then he talks. That's a good idea for those.
Right? Look at all of the. Nick, you agree with me, all of the very successful, very very successful people we interviewed that we had exclusive interviews with. None of them finished their college degree. Every one of them had that same sense. I got enough information and education.
Stay in school.
But they didn't get their degree, and they still were successful. So
stay in school. The job market's wrecked. That's the reason you go. For those who've just joined us, we have Kimberly Calhoun, who's a director at IBM TV, also sits on the board of advisors at North Carolina State's Computer Science Department. Jim Eade, who's a FIDE chess master, also author of Chess for Dummies, who is published worldwide. So he sits in the San Francisco. We have Sharif, who's our PhD scholar that gives us total credibility out of Malaysia. Alexander Starr, who actually runs our investment show on Wednesday, also does Chess Stars on Saturday, 2 of our shows at IBM TV. Shaquille Latmer, who's a professional investor, who always does his disclaimers before he talks, out of Sydney, Australia. And with us, our Pulitzer Prize winner, and also a New York Times bestseller, David K. Johnson, who wrote the book, The Making of Donald Trump. He also wrote the book that deals with taxes, Perfectly Legal. And that's the book I went to the bookstore looking for, and I couldn't find it, David. I went yesterday specifically looking for your book. I already have that one.
You can get an ebook at any moment. You can get the ebook at any moment. Download in 2 seconds.
Oh, really? Okay.
I will say this.
Download time.
I got
his book is something like It's Worse Than You Thought. Tell us a little bit about that book.
It's worse than you
think. The way of avoiding U.S. taxes is to remain like myself and Sharif and just stay out of America. And then you don't have to pay American taxes. It's the perfect situation.
All right, you and I need to talk backstage.
Yeah. David, tell us a little bit about your latest book, because I love the title on it.
Well, Simon & Schuster, who I'd always wanted to write for, after I did a Newsweek cover story absolutely ripping apart one of their best-selling authors, David Heyman, and showing that he had done for them a series of books that just had made-up nonsense in them, to my utter surprise, wanted to publish a book by me about how Trump was doing 1 year in. And so it was tremendous deadline pressure, because there wasn't much to write about until roughly July of 2017, and I had to turn the book in by Labor Day. But this book is about how the people I call political termites have been placed throughout the government by the Trump administration. And they are doing what Trump during the campaign promised he was going to do, which is destroy our federal government. Steve Bannon put it best. He said, we're going to deconstruct the administrative state. But they have set out, to get rid of scientists, to get rid of managers. There's one guy I write about at length who was a very highly rated throughout his career manager in Interior, a real problem solver, highly respected by everybody we could find. And he wouldn't bow to their demands, so now he's a $160,000 a year clerk processing oil royalty checks from the Alaska oil field.
Hi, David. It's so great to see you.
Hi, Kimberly.
Tell people the reason why. Normally, I have a great wardrobe for business, and I wear it on the TV show. But I also have a wardrobe for when I have to deal with the IRS. That's
Yeah, no,
with attorneys with the IRS is this. But and that's why I wear this, is to kind of express myself, that I don't have to say anything. But generally, you know, I do have a business wardrobe that I wear on the show. But I just wanted to explain the I have no trust is from my cybersecurity background. I do a lot of cybersecurity speaking, and this is to establish that, you know, you really shouldn't have any trust out there. But with regards to what David just said, you can't even trust the government. So
well, let me raise a trust issue that I was thinking about for something else I'm working on the other day. Bill Maher reported that when the collapse came in 2008, he was a Lehman Brothers a client, and he lost $70 million. If you were a Goldman client and they went out of business, as hard as it is to imagine, had that kind of money, you could lose it all. If you invest at Vanguard, however, which has this unique structure where Vanguard is the trustee and everything is held in trusteed accounts, and the Vanguard itself were to collapse for some reason, your money would be safe. It's an interesting point about how we set up arrangements through which you own your securities and things. And Vanguard's position, which results in much lower fees to them, you don't get rich as a big Vanguard guy. When Jack Bogle died, he was worth tens of millions of dollars, not billions of dollars like Ed Johnson. But it also meant that you're totally secure because all those stock certificates are held by a third-party trustee.
Right. Yeah. A different structure. But that whole issue of the fee structure, David, and what people make in terms of professionally money managers has now come out with a fiduciary rule, and at least it relates into the retirement planning area. It was struck down by the Fifth Circuit Court of Appeals, okay, and the U.S. Chamber of Commerce versus the Department of Labor. Now they're trying to bring it back up, and we've been monitoring the fiduciary rule for quite some time because it's my business to do it. And the thing is, it for financial advisors, it can create some problems. In other words, a lot of insurance companies actually pulled out of our market because they didn't want to be subject to the fiduciary rule. What do you see in terms of this fiduciary rule heading toward? Are we going to have a fiduciary rule for all the people that are investing in the United States?
Yeah, I think when we get a new Congress, we're going to see a much more serious fiduciary rules. And, you know, years ago, when I was still reporting at the New York Times, we had one of these off-the-record sessions that I never like to go to because they're off the record. But I went to this one, and the argument was being made that you don't want to be a fiduciary, and it's really pretty horrible for the business. And I challenged our guest quite directly about why. And he said, well, you could get sued. And I said, you can get sued over anything. That's not an argument. You know, what's your objection to the fiduciary rule? So I came home that night to ask my wife, who is a walking, talking fiduciary in charge of $500 million of charitable funds at the public community foundation that she runs, and said, tell me something. You've been a fiduciary almost our entire life. How has it harmed us? And she said, not at all. And I said, well, why would you not want to be a fiduciary? And she said, well, the only reason not to be a fiduciary is if you want to cheat your clients now and then. And if you never intend to cheat your clients, then I don't see a problem. And I've always thought that's sort of exactly right. If you're never going to put your interests ahead of your clients, if you're never going to cheat the client, then what's to worry about?
Right.
And you're also, because you're a fiduciary, going to behave more thoughtfully and carefully.
Right. But the thing is, a lot of the financial industry is based off a commission-based structure, and you can make more by selling products that have a larger commission or fee in a lot of cases than you can on another product. I have to deal with this almost every day with my 1,200 producers that are out there. I used to have 2,000, but 700 we just got rid of because they don't really adhere to those rules, and so it becomes a real big problem because I've got producers going, wait a minute, if I sell this product I get paid more, even though the product's worse from the client, but it's great for me. And then if I sell the product that you're recommending, my commissions are less, and Yeah, it's better for the client, but not for me. How do you deal with that?
Well, you deal with it by making clear that you have to put the client first, and you get rid of the arbitration system, where you as an individual investor may have one case in your life, but the company will have many cases. And so the privately paid arbiters know which side their bread is buttered on. In one of my books, I think it's the third in my trilogy, The Fine Print, I tell about a woman in her 80s, had never married, had no children, had started investing in San Diego real estate during World War II when she was a secretary for the military. And she ended up worth, I don't know, some millions of dollars. And her broker retires, so she goes to another broker, and the guy immediately puts her in a whole bunch of very high commission, high risk products, and about 80% of her money disappears. And the arbiter said she wasn't entitled to anything, basically.
Right.
And that's the kind of reason you need to have fiduciary rules about putting yourself first. By the way, we see this everywhere. You know, you're involved in the insurance products, but during the housing mortgage scandal in America at Countrywide, which did 20% of all the mortgages.
Totally familiar with that, right?
They had salespeople who were told, well, if you do a regular conventional 30-year mortgage for somebody, you get a $500 fee, but if you do this other mortgage, you get $1,500 to a $5,000 fee.
Right.
And so they steered all sorts of people who were qualified for conventional low-rate mortgages into these toxic products. And it was all driven by the fee structure. And what happened at the end of the day to Angelo Mazzillo, the guy behind all of this, even despite all the evidence that they fabricated documents and they pressured the government to drop underwriting rules, they had what they called arts and crafts rooms where they made up documents. He was fined $647 million, and apparently all of it or almost all of it was paid by the director and officer's insurance company.
So he walked.
They represented them. So he walked. He got away with this stuff.
Right.
And so I do think when we get a new Congress in America, you're going to see a big emphasis on fiduciary rules. I am, in my own life, I have three little pensions I earned from the LA Times, Philadelphia Inquirer, and the New York Times. The Philadelphia Inquirer pension was the best funded newspaper pension in the country. I was the head of the union when we negotiated that Totally Protected. It's now going to collapse. Because when the paper was sold, they converted it from a single employer plan to a multi-employer plan. 80% of the guarantee went away. And they didn't put in the right amount of money, and they did some other things. And there's a mobbed up union that now runs it.
Right.
I just noticed that my LA Times pension plan now belongs to Starr Communications, a television company, and suddenly it's drifting down on its not being fully employed. And what did Brett Kavanaugh, the Supreme Court justice, say just recently in a fiduciary case?
Yes.
Where people in a pension that failed wanted to sue.
That was Stoll versus U.S. Bank.
So, yes, thank you. Stoll versus U.S. Bank. And Kavanaugh's opinion, and you're the lawyer here. If I'm doing injustice to his language, let me know. But he basically said, hey, you don't have any standing to sue.
That's correct.
And more importantly, you have no issue because your pension is guaranteed. Well, he hasn't, clearly Kavanaugh hasn't read the guarantee.
The PBGC is not fully guaranteed.
Yeah, In the case of the pension I have at the Philadelphia Inquirer, I've got about a 50% guarantee. At the LA Times, my guarantee would be about 85%.
Right. A lot of people don't know that. They go, oh, my plan's covered by the PBGC, but the Pension Benefit Guarantee Corporation does not cover 100% of your pension benefits in the United States.
And it's a fixed amount that erodes over time with inflation. So you have somebody who's 80 in good health, likely to live to be 95, and you cut 15 to 50% of their pension, and you've created real economic hardship for them. Yeah. And in the meantime, the executives who underfunded the pension, the company reported larger profits than it would have otherwise. Yep. That made their stock options more valuable, especially if they put the money into buying back stock.
That is 100% correct. What you just said has been a big fraud on America for years, David, that people aren't discussing.
It's interesting because I learn more about the heinous crimes committed against humankind through David and on this show than I do on law enforcement.
Because white collar crime is 100 times greater than regular crime in terms of finance. 100.
Yeah, I mean, we need to replace a lot of our cops with social workers and forensic accountants.
Forensic accountants. Yeah, you need to have a SWAT team.
Because I was trying to hire one. Do they exist?
I'll just jump in and just say a couple of things here, if you don't mind.
Of course.
Firstly, when we talk about company directors, remember that legally speaking, they are required to maximize their shareholders' value.
No, they're not. Not in America. That's not the law in America at all, Shaquille. That's a widely believed thing. It's not true.
Okay.
America.
The duty of a shareholder is the same duty a parent has to a child. A corporation has no conscience. It is an empty vessel. And your duty is to take care of the entity, not the shareholder. So if your company's paying a 5% dividend and you're the chairman of the board and you say, gee, we got to stop making widget A and put all of our money we were paying in dividends into creating widget B, or we're going to go out of business and we're going to have to stop the dividend. That's your fiduciary duty. This misbelief comes from an article written by Milton Friedman in 1971 in the New York Times Magazine. Lynn Stout, who died recently, who is a professor of business law at UCLA and then at Cornell, wrote a wonderful book about this, The Myth of Shareholder Value. And when I interviewed Lynn for Reuters, when I was the global economics columnist, we did a 9-minute straight through, no cut taped interview. She had a great line. She said, who goes to an economist for legal advice? But there's a case in America called Dodge Brothers versus Ford. And I know that everybody, what you're saying, Shaquille, I've had CEOs, bank heads tell me this, and it's not what the law is. The law is your duty is solely and exclusively to the welfare of the entity, not to the shareholders.
David, did you finish your question?
Sorry, you are correct in what you say, David. However, if we're going to start quoting Milton Friedman, he used to say something along the lines, I'm paraphrasing, something along the lines of, nobody spends somebody else's money as wisely as they spend their own. Let me put a proposition to you, okay? I own 20% or 15%, I'm not sure what the levels are in America. Let's say I own 15% of XYZ company, and I appoint, because I'm entitled to a board seat, but I'm not going to sit on the board myself. So I tell you that I'm going to put you on the board. And I want you to vote a certain way on certain issues. You have to do what I've said because I'm the shareholder that put you there.
Right.
Or resign.
Or resign. That's right. Now, when it comes to having a fiduciary responsibility to clients and to people, I personally believe, because I think I have some level of ethics about me, that you should act in the best interest of your clients. But let's talk about what happened back in the 2008 debacle that happened over there. It wasn't just widespread fraud that occurred at some of these mortgage originators. A lot of this happened because government wanted the Fed and wanted Alan Greenspan to make sure that owning a home in America was available to everybody. And so they relaxed the rules immensely. That in and of itself didn't cause the problem. It was all the derivatives trading that occurred around that caused the problem.
Shaquille, I would agree with you with one adjustment. And there's a document you can download of the internet at Stanford University. It is the record of the Financial Crisis Inquiry Commission, FCIC, at stanford.edu, and you'll find it. They only got $10 million, and they were to investigate the meltdown. Nobody's ever shown a single error of any kind in that report. The reduction in underwriting standards was sought by the banks. And then when Fannie Mae and Freddie Mac wouldn't reduce their standards, and they had the smallest losses, they had a much smaller share of their portfolio losses than the others. They came under tremendous pressure. You can go back and read all the news articles about, well, people who own shares of Fannie Mae and Freddie Mac are going to lose their shirts because they're not getting with the program. And they're not recognizing that, we don't have to have all this underwriting of mortgages.
They were attacked on Fox regularly.
Oh, yeah. Oh, and CNBC. And, there were tough stories about it in the Times and the Wall Street Journal and elsewhere. But it was the collapse of the writing standards. And in the middle of all this, a very important thing happened. In, I think it was March of 2006, somewhere about that time, the FBI announced that they were investigating this problem with mortgage fraud. And the mortgage fraud they were looking at was fraud by people against banks, people who borrowed money by claiming income to qualify for mortgages that they clearly couldn't qualify for. And the FBI statement, which I have in one of my books, I quote in full, said that there are only two kinds of mortgage fraud, and both of them were by customers against the banks. At no point did the FBI ever accept that there was fraud by the banks against everybody else. And Bill Black, the American business regulator, banking regulator, who brought about over 3,000 indictments, over 1,000 high-level bankers with felony convictions, and almost 900 of them went to prison in the savings and loan scandal 30 years ago. He tried to show the Obama administration how to address this. Eric Holder went around, it was a story I broke in Newsweek back then. Eric Holder went around for 10 months saying there were all these big cases they were going to bring, and they had all this corruption going on. And he had been told to his face by the Inspector General's office, that's not true. And he kept saying it for 10 months. So I can say, therefore, he lied through his teeth and knew better. And in the end of the day, one person was convicted. And his conviction was overturned on appeal. This was really a problem of corruption by banking and the regulators dropping the underwriting, but the pressure to do it was far less about qualifying minority owners. There was some of that. What the Financial Crisis Inquiry Commission report shows is that was a little piece of it that's been blown up in the news. The real piece of it was the pressure by Angelo Mazzillo and other bankers to say, we don't need to do underwriting. And no one has ever found a single factual error in that report, which is a doorstop to read. I read it. But it is not what most people understand, and it's because of bad reporting. Lots of bad journalism about this.
How do you think, though, that if you get a new Congress, one that you would like to see, that stronger fiduciary rules would assist? Because so far in my experience, but for very, very few exceptions, more rules and more regulations tend to make things more difficult. And if I can just give you an example, which is not completely relevant to your country, here I am in Australia running roughly the equivalent of what you guys would call a hedge fund overseas, okay? But I personally am not allowed to invest in my own fund because I'm not sophisticated enough to know the risks that my fund is taking.
Yeah.
This is clearly absurd, but these are the kinds of rules that we end up with because you end up with blanket rules that apply to everybody without there ever being any mechanism for people to look at something and say, in this particular circumstance, this rule being applied would not give us the result that was intended.
Shaquille, let me ask one question,
go ahead,
and then I'll bow out because I really want to hear you two talk. But, I say we're not over-regulated so much as we're insanely regulated. These regulations make no sense. They're illogical. And so if we could have sane regulations, as David is asking us to have, they may apply and they may not have that crazy effect that you just described.
Yeah. Perhaps, but for that to happen, I would make this suggestion. For you to have sane regulations and sane legislation, not just in America, but all over the world, one of the first things that I think government should start doing is to start looking through laws that are already on the books that do not need to be there anymore. Up until very recently, if you went to a bar in Sydney, in the middle of Sydney City, that bar was required to adjust your horse and provide that horse with hay and water. Okay? Now, I'm not suggesting that Sydney is the size of say, New York, but it's probably, I don't know, bigger than Atlanta or something like that. I mean, that law, that's absurd. There is no reason for that law to still be there. If you're talking about like Delta Ladner, they still have a 9 o'clock curfew. Why? So it's about time government starts to roll back those rules before they start talking about creating new ones.
But Shaquille, listen, I agree with you about this. And for 8 years, I taught regulatory law at Syracuse University's law school. I'm not a lawyer, but I'm well known for my understanding of law. And one of the courses I taught was the business regulatory law of the ancient world as a way to understand why is it the way it is today. And one of the things that's happened in America is, first of all, when the progressive movement got going 120 years ago, there was this belief that if you just got the rules finely diced enough, you would solve problems. It is the regulatory equivalent of how many angels can dance on the head of a pin. It was a nutty idea. What you want are broad rules that are easily enforced and that at the same time are flexible. And of course, all good rules have mercy provisions because there are things that we can't anticipate will happen for good faith conduct that may not fit the rule perfectly. We need to not only go through and eliminate laws like that. I think Ohio still has a law in the books that if you drive a car at night, you have to stop every 100 feet, set off a rocket, and then you can go forward 100 feet or something stupid like that. It's an famous dumb law for when horseless carriages first appeared. But we also need to make laws line up. So I wrote recently and talked on the show a few weeks ago about how almost all the coffee and chocolate consumed in America is produced by either slaves or children, and or economic slaves, if not literal slaves. Those products are contraband in the United States. So why isn't anything done about it? Why don't we seize a ship? Well, it's because Congress passed one set of laws for the U.S. Department of Labor, and then there's another one for Customs and Border Enforcement, and they don't match up. They miss. And we need to go through and make things work on a comprehensive basis. And then we need to focus on what are the most important things to regulate and not these super fine details. And a good fiduciary rule that can be enforced without arbitration, which favors the industry over the individual who will have 0 or 1 cases in their life, is an important step in that direction. So, but we need fundamental rethinking of our tax system, which I've talked a lot about in the show. In my next book, we'll propose an entirely new national tax system that Australia could use, any modern country could use. Slight adaptations, but the principles will work everywhere. And we need to fundamentally review regulation. Now, when I go out and give a lecture to college before the pandemic about this, I had to very sharply limit how much I said about it because pretty soon you'd have an audience going, even though to their pocketbooks it's critical. Because the nuts and bolts, the plumbing of government is something we generally don't care about. And the conservatives who argued years ago, way back to the 50s, the regulatory capture, that's what I was taught in college in the 60s and the early 70s, where the concentrated interest of the industry leads it to find ways to capture that regulatory agency so it operates as a shield, not as a sword for the consumer. We got to figure out how to change that, how to undo that. But these are things we're capable of doing if we have the political will to do them.
But you need that political will.
Well, you also, it's not just the political will. It takes a lot of money. People don't understand the coordination that it takes to go up and make these changes. It's like
he also mentioned something very important, which was the arbitrators having a conflict of interest. And I had a case before the American Arbitration Association. Why did we go before them? Well, they were recommended as AAA.
Great book.
Standing.
Great book.
I wrote a book on it. The arbitrator, David, no lie, had a relationship with our defendant. For 3 years, they even owned his home. This is the state of Washington, a purported liberal state. They owned the guy's home. And we lost the case, obviously. And then
I'm shocked.
Yeah, I'm shocked. And by the way, embezzled $140,000 from one of my companies. Okay, so that's the reason we went there. And I was going like, what's the story here? And the thing is, we found out that he knew about the fact his law firm had owned the guy's home, was the trustee of his properties, but he decided just not to disclose it, which he's required to do by law on the disclosure form. Now, how did he get off after we filed a complaint with the Washington Bar? His former partner was the head of the Washington Bar Association. End of case.
So,
okay, end of case. And that's the reality of law in America for people who know what they're doing.
I want to
That's
just
how you win those
add,
cases.
and the judges get mad at me when I walk into a courtroom, and my first question is, I want to clear out whether anyone's from the same wood pile before we get started in this small town in North Carolina, and I get chewed out for bringing that up.
That was one of many cases. Unfortunately, this one really hit home, and I took the case all the way to the Supreme Court of the United States. We lost because it was a technical reason, but we won because they all folded after that. After they realized I was willing to drag them through every court for the next decade, which is what I did. I
thought it was better than
I said, look,
lawyer, but somebody died in your book. So that's the reason why your book didn't make it to the movies.
Well,
nobody died in your book.
What's the book called? What's the book called? I couldn't read the title.
Washington Lawyers. I don't advertise it because there's another rule which people don't know about. Okay, well, the reason I don't advertise or promote all
WashingtonLawyer.com.
Because here's the reason. It disparages the legal profession, and I'm still a member of the Florida Bar. Technically, I cannot disparage the legal profession. Okay, and
yes, that's why I'm glad I teach law, but I'm not a lawyer.
Yeah, right. This is a real problem. If you make a
decision, your First Amendment rights should not prevent you from being able to
leave your First Amendment rights on the table.
Yes.
Remember, when you get admitted to a bar association, you still have your First Amendment rights, but you do not have the right to practice law if you disparage the legal profession. So you get to keep your free speech as a layman. That's the rule.
It's the way
I personally think, as it's not American, I personally think that should be constitutionally challenged. But before I get to that,
great
favorite question.
I want to spend the rest of my life arguing that in front of all the courts.
I'd like to ask David a question, though, and it's a question that goes to the heart of what you were talking about with fiduciary responsibilities. I just want to move a little bit away from the banking sector and the finance sector and talk about an issue which is affecting a big part of Europe, Australia, New Zealand, Canada, and of course you guys in the United States. We have an aging population. We have a lot of people now who are relying on their children to be their powers of attorney, to be their enduring guardians or something similar to that. And once those sorts of mechanisms are in place, it's very difficult for those people to actually get control back of their own assets. Now, this has become a problem. It's not talked about too much in the media yet, but it's a problem. And our aging population is getting older. That's why they're called an aging population. If we're going to talk about fiduciary responsibilities at banks, I think we really have to talk about what's happening when a 45 or 50-year-old person starts to get control of their parents' assets. Mm-hmm. And I've heard cases here in Australia, and I've heard cases in Canada where, the mum's gone to hospital, has come back and been put into a nursing home because the house has been sold from under her. That's a really serious issue. And how do you fix that? Because you can't spend 10 years in court arguing about it.
I've had those cases. In other words, it's not like I've been practicing for 37 years, so I get cases like that. Here's a true case. Client came to me with $10 million in assets. They had given it all to their kids, basically, to avoid the federal estate tax back then, which was around $600,000 when I started practicing, and it was in a trust. Okay,
the exemption was $600,000.
The exemption was $600,000, right? It was an irrevocable trust. Okay. And so the thing is, then they wanted the assets back, and the kids said, no, they're mine now. So they filed suit against their children in the state of Wisconsin. It said John Jones Irrevocable Trust. They went before the right judge, and the judge says, irrev, well, that's a Scrivener's error. IRV, I'm going to strike it, make it a revocable trust, and send the money back to the parents.
Well, good for you and for the parents.
That may have happened in that case, but does that happen to the person?
No, but see, the thing is, there's law 101. I always tell my students there's law 101. That's what the law says. Law 102 is how it's actually practiced, or what the judge says. That's a totally different law.
There's a real issue there, Shaquille. And one of the things we have in America going on in mostly poorer neighborhoods is taking people's houses. So you're a blue-collar worker, you've paid your house off, you own it free and clear, and somebody forges documents and puts a mortgage on your house and absconds with the money. And the courts, surprisingly, have not been particularly supportive of the homeowners. This has been shocking. We've had a number of cases where the courts have said, well, you should have spoken up or you should have known or something like that. And sometimes these are people who are elderly, not entirely with it. And you can't do that kind of crime without somebody on the inside. There has to be at least one person somewhere to get the documents through. Law and Order did a really good episode about it. And it turns out in America, in that particular case, by the way, there's a simple solution to that. You put a HELOC on your house, a home equity line of credit, because if somebody tries to put a mortgage on your house, your HELOC bank gets in touch with you immediately and says, what's going on here?
Right.
And you have to get them to approve the new deal. You could still get around it. But this fundamental notion of what do we do about trustees for elderly people who may or may not have their mental acuity, or who may temporarily not have it because they're, say, hospitalized, that's a real problem. And I don't see in the law review literature, I read at least one law review article a week, I don't see anything in the literature that tells me there's serious discussion of how to reform these laws about trustee relationships for elder Americans. And that's actually very surprising to me.
And I can tell you that I didn't see that, not that I studied the law anywhere near as much as you do, but I can tell you I did not see anything like that anywhere in Europe when I was there. Certainly I don't see it in Australia or New Zealand either. And these are the sorts of issues that I say I get quite frustrated when the people who are supposed to be our elected representatives don't bother to deal with issues that really do have effects on people, but instead use their time in Parliament or in Congress to have petty arguments with each other about things that really have very little effect on the everyday person's lives. I think that's disappointing, and I think that
you're right. You're right. But see, financial stuff is boring. See, there's another problem with this. And one thing that David pointed out, which I've been following for years, but I've seen no study on it, the compensation of executives is based on stock options. One of my clients was the president of a company called Kimberly-Clark. It's actually a fairly big company in the United States. Yeah, Kimberly-Clark. Anyway, the president was one of my clients. The founder of Dunkin' Donuts was one of my clients. I had a good stable of nice clients back when I was practicing. And his compensation was through this thing called stock options. So I got to review his stock options. And so his goal was to drive up the shareholder stock so he could exercise his option and retire, which is what he did. The problem is that pensions, which is what David was discussing, is an expense. It's deductible, but it's an expense. So they have a choice to do a maximum fund, a target, or a minimum. They go to the minimum, so they put very little money into their pension account, and then they distribute the assets to their shareholders, bringing up the value of their stock options, and they do this to the pension. So, and what happens, a lot of states that people live in right now, their pension states and even the private system, they're underfunded. Some of them go under, and people don't receive their full benefits because what David pointed out quite correctly, the PBGC does not cover full benefits.
So, Nick, let me tell you the solution I proposed to this and see if you think it makes sense.
Sure.
When you have a defined contribution plan, like a 401k plan, the company puts the money into the plan, and the company can go broke tomorrow. It doesn't matter. They've turned it over into a separate trustee plan.
Sure. Right.
Well, pension plans for single employer plans are an asset of the company.
Correct.
In fact, at one point, the phantom assets of the GM pension plan were 120% of the net worth of GM. This is back around 2004.
Yeah, it could be, right.
So what I propose is that the defined benefit pension plan should be a separate trustee account that is not the company's property. And the only thing the company reports in its consolidated financial statement and in the financial summary statement is a one-line item. So there's net operations profits, reserve for income taxes, which is what we should call it because it's not income taxes actually paid.
Right.
Net profit, and then it should be shortfall, if any, to pension plan.
Right. They call the net amortization shortfall amount.
Yeah, and that way you know whether they put enough money in the plan, and the company doesn't get to pick the numbers.
Right.
The estimates of what's going on. It's independently done.
Have the actuary pick the number.
Right. And so then what happens is the company can no longer dip into it. If they underfund it, the shareholders are warned, and you add to that a clawback provision if there's trouble later. the company can be forced to pay it back and put it at the top of the priority list, or allow a court to say you can't exercise any stock options until you bring this thing up to zero.
That would have more effect than anything. In other words, you can't exercise your bloody stock options until you have your pension.
My point is that the fundamental structure of the way we do things has a lot to do with Shaquille's point, which is a very well-made point. But a lot of times the law is actually contrary to the interests we have. And the reason that politicians do what you suggest, Shaquille, is they're like everybody else. They respond to incentives. So what is the incentive to lawmakers? Make your biggest donors happy. Even if you can't get them what they want, do things that make you think you're fighting for them. And if you got a bunch of donors who say, I hate unions, well, then get out there and pound on unions, even if you're not going to do anything substantial, because that's how they respond, the same way that salespeople respond to changes in their compensation based on sales volume and the products they sell.
Right. But David, I have a question, and that is these pension systems worked in my parents' generation, and they're not working for my generation. So what happened?
Well, we allowed the companies to pick their rate of return and to book phantom profit. So if you said we're going to earn 8% in our pension plan, which is a pretty high rate of return for anybody over the long haul, and you actually earn 3%, for a rolling 60-month period, you're showing 5 percentage points a year of profits you don't have. And then the piper comes due in the future. And the solution to that is this is one of these areas of maybe you could argue excessive regulation. But in a pension plan, and I wrote about this in the New York Times, I think 25 years ago, 1995, in a pension plan, for every worker, they calculate, here's how much money on this person's pay we have to put away this year for when they turn 65. The Democrats put in a provision in the law around 1993 to squeeze a little bit of extra tax revenue that said you can only contribute to a plan up to $240,000 at age 65. So you're a $100,000 a year employee and you're 30. When they project out your future income at 65, it's going to be $1 million a year, let's say. So they can only put 1/4 of the amount of money needed for your pension into the plan because you're going to hit $1 million at the end and you can only cover $240,000. That's cockamamie crazy. That's just nuts. And I believe that the solution to this, and I tried to get this when I was the head of the newspaper guild, Philadelphia Inquirer, where I got dragooned into being head of the union and negotiating a contract. I wanted a line item on your paycheck. Gross pay, federal income tax, Social Security, Medicare, contribution to pension plan, which at the time was 6% of pay and $15 per head, whether you were full-time or part-time. So there'd be a line item there and you'd see how much money they put away and they would have to actually put it away. And because you see that when it's a match for your 401k, your defined contribution plan, we should follow the same kind of rule. But it's not working basically because we've allowed a very sophisticated form of wage theft. A pension is just wages you deferred into the future, and we have allowed sophisticated wage theft. And it's part of the fundamental reforms we need to make, but it's really hard to get. I mean, I go to union halls, UAW, IBEW, places like that, and this just goes way over the heads of these guys because that's not their life. They didn't go to college, study economics. Even if they're IBEW or machinists, who have to work with numbers, this is not their kin. They're not dumb. Just listen to them talk about a sports play and how brilliantly they can take apart the fine details of it and the big strategy. But they don't have any background with which to judge these things. And it's very hard to get them to understand it matters.
Well, you don't have the background to understand that you've been screwed. And that's the problem is that they throw all these fancy things up there and say, this is what the law says. And I've even watched big corporations do this where they literally misrepresent every part of the law to the people with lawyers telling them this, and they believe them because they think, well, there's no way this lawyer is going to lie to me. And then they just, and serious. And then they just take everything away, kind of like the first time I ever got laid off. I'll never forget this. They had a lawyer come in and sit down and, tell me all of these things. And at that point, I really wasn't listening until he said, and by the way, you cannot go out and talk to any media. You can't do this. You can't do that. You can't do this. And, if you do, we're going to take your check away from you, your last check. And I looked at everyone in the room and I go, did I not just hear I don't work for you anymore? And they go, yeah. And I go, and you're telling me? But they do this to everybody. They bully you with these laws that don't exist. I've even been known to get into faces of lawyers at MCI and tell them that they'll lose their degree if they ever lie like that again, and they did. But they do that. They misrepresent and they twist it and they use the loopholes, just like they did with a lot of IBM employees and took away their pensions. People who
You're
were
thinking about the case
Zero
versus IBM. For
well,
those
that case, you know who got all the money from that case?
lawyers,
140 million went to lawyers,
legal
and
fees.
3 million went to the people who lost their pension.
Right.
And
Well,
you
all it does say that having a law degree is worth something, at least in the United States of America. But
they should be.
it is a big
I
problem.
don't want to get arrested if they are.
Well,
But
also, what David says, a lot of the laws are driven by the PACs in Washington, D.C. I actually did kind of volunteer work for one of the PACs up in D.C., so I got to meet all the senators, got to write them checks, got them to do things. Same with congressmen. It was kind of an interesting experience. I had no idea, but they listened to PACs and PAC money. With that, the new act, the Secure Act, very favors annuities. As a matter of fact, General Motors bought $29 billion of annuities from Prudential to fund their pension and get it off their balance sheet. So we've seen that. But if you ever go through the Secure Act right now, it's all about buying annuities, which are basically insurance contracts.
and getting rid of the pension benefit guarantee.
Yeah.
In doing so,
That's correct. The PBGC will be out of the picture because you're going to rely on the insurance company to make sure that the payments are being made. Now, with that being said, you could make an argument the insurance companies in the United States are stronger financially than other financial institutions because they just passed this recent where you have to do these principle-based reserves for insurance companies. And so the thing is, financially, Prudential and a lot of these insurance companies are very strong, but we saw with the economic downturn that took place, AIG almost went under because they were the ones that were actually taking like a quarter of a point to guarantee all those mortgages, and they thought it was free money. They were going like, this is stupid. You're going to pay me to insure your mortgages and I'll charge a quarter of a point. And they just kept pocketing it, not realizing that all of a sudden there could be an explosion and lose all the mortgages, which when AIG collapsed, they were so embedded and reinsured all these other insurance companies, it would have been a domino effect. All the companies would have gone up.
Back during the Mike Milken junk bond era, a bunch of the textile companies, Cannon Mills among them, bought annuities from companies that were junk bond funded insurers, and they failed. And my colleague, Mary Williams Walsh, who I offloaded the pension coverage and bankruptcy coverage to, she did this piece about textile workers who were supposed to get very modest pensions, $122 a month.
Right.
And they ended up with pensions of like literally $2.78 a month.
Yep.
Because the PBGC guarantee was gone. And this was a Milken funded insurance company that was all air. And we need to have some kind of clawback provisions to go back after people and institutions who do this kind of stuff. Unfortunately, the Supreme Court's position in a case called Verity, which is the old Massey Agricultural Implements Company, Verity said, unless you can prove the executives knew they were going to deny you benefits or had underfunded them so badly they knew it was going to fail, you have no case.
Right. Yeah.
And so, you get a bunch of opinions, this will all work, you pay for them, and now you're protected. And that's, no, we need to stop that kind of the suffering.
So David, okay, I all of a sudden become an American right now. I move across to America. You're in charge. You've given me those rules. You've said to me that we can have all these clawback provisions, et cetera, the stuff that you've just said. Do I have the right to at all question you as government about some of the promises that you've made in relation to the social security obligations that you have, in relation to Medicare obligations that you have, et cetera, that can only realistically be paid? It can only realistically be paid by you guys either indebting your future generations or by inflating your currency.
Okay, so two things. I'm right now writing.
Back from some of those pollies.
Yeah. I think those are separate issues. But more importantly, let me just point out something. The only reason Social Security in the United States, which has a huge surplus, has a problem is that we went from the Reagan era rule of taxing 90% of wages to applying the Social Security tax to only about 81% of wages. And if we went back to the Reagan rule and if we kept it in place, there would be no issue. So long as you have a even steady state economy, we can afford Social Security. And this book I'm writing the introduction of the new version of it for actually calls for what I think we need, which is a substantial expansion of Social Security benefits in the United States. It is silly to think about Social Security the way the right in America has gotten it to be examined, and that is to to an infinity horizon. We don't measure anything to an infinity horizon. What we need to know is what's the funding. Even out 30 years, you're getting to be very speculative. But there's no reason we can't afford it. In New Zealand, short opt from you in Oz, they have a very simple national pension plan that everybody is in. And you get a set amount of money, and then the difference among people is how much is withheld from your check for taxes because they tax it. They could just do it the other way around and say, I'm going to lower your check and you're not going to pay any taxes. But there's no reason you can't fund a universal retirement plan. Does Australia still have its universal plan where 5% of all your wages go into the plan?
New Zealand has a flat tax of 30%, including capital gains. They did used to have an exemption on capital gains, but they've got that flat. Australia has what we call a superannuation fund. It's similar to pension funds or 401ks over there. Depending on your employer, I think the minimum's 9%, but some employers will pay up to 13% into those industry super funds. Now, I'll just say something very quickly here. I got myself into a little bit of trouble back in my more arrogant days. I was at one of the finance expos, and I was in a room of people who were nearing retirement age. And I said to them, when I was younger, I was told that there was two big things in your life, the two biggest investments that you'll ever have. One is going to be the home that you buy, the home that you live in. And the second is going to be your superannuation fund, your pension fund. Those are going to be the two biggest things you're going to have. The home and, of course, the pension fund, because that's going to be what carries you through from retirement age until the time that you die. Does everybody agree with that? Everybody said yes. I said we have a thing here called self-managed super funds where people are actually allowed to manage their own pension money. So I said, to those of you that manage your own, this question doesn't apply to you. For everybody else, if you have a pension fund or superannuation fund or anything similar to that, this is your life savings. This is one of the two most important financial things that you have in your life. Please put your hand up if you can tell me the name of the person who makes the investment decisions over your life savings. And of course, not one person could. Now, it's a cheap shot.
I can tell you here in America.
Right? I know it's a cheap shot, but the vast majority of people all over the world have absolutely no idea who's actually managing their pension money.
But the pension scheme in the U.S., Shaquille, is not a savings plan. It's a pay-as-you-go plan that has a huge surplus because we overtaxed people in the 80s and 90s. And at one point, I've shown that the excess tax that was collected explains the entire collapse of private savings during that period of time. The government collected more tax, people had less capacity to save because there was more tax. And at the same time, remember, in the US, by decimating unions, we pushed down labor's share of the economy. If we hadn't done that, Social Security would have money running out its ears right now.
That's assuming what you said before, which was that you would have a relatively stable economy. But we've seen a much more globalized world today. We've seen a race to the bottom in taxation across the world, especially on corporate taxes. So if you were to maintain higher rates of tax, that would theoretically fund the Social Security benefits that you're talking about. That may also have the effect of driving some jobs to other countries that are more competitive.
But we discussed that it was doubtful. I think you even said that people are going to leave just because they're paid more taxes. They're going to stay at their own house. Now, one problem we also have in our Social Security,
people might not leave.
Right.
People might leave.
Or money
Companies might leave.
Companies might leave.
Where does Google pay tax? Where does Amazon pay tax?
Well, Google, as we well know, sold their search engine to their Irish company and leased it back. So the thing is, even though they say we do no evil, well, what's more evil than escaping all taxation in the United States? I mean,
Amazon taxing rate. Yeah.
Tell me, Mr. Silicon Valley dude, what's more evil than that?
I have to excuse myself, but I do have a couple of statements before I leave. And one is, Shaquille, if you ever decide to move to the United States, you're going to have to improve your American. Because
we're going to have to work on you.
And Nick, for you, I say you should write the book Financial Fitness for Dummies.
Financial Fitness for Dummies.
And I'm going to write the book American for Dummies.
I think David is a better writer. David's one.
These are all the things you need to know before you move here.
Well, greetings, Jeff Brown, and I must take my leave. So you carry on.
Jeff Brown will carry on as
I'll tell a very
leaves.
quick story for Jim's benefit, so he'll be able to watch this in the replay. So when I got to America, the very first time I got to America, I was driving around everywhere trying to, try out all the different fast foods because we don't have them all in Australia. So I was trying to find all these different places. And I was hunting around, driving around in circles, wrong side of the road, trying to find this famous place called Mickey D's. Because I'd heard all about this Mickey D's. And I thought, this Mickey D's sounds fantastic. And I'm hunting all over. I mean, I went across 9 different states looking for this restaurant, couldn't find it. Walk into a McDonald's, my friends are sitting there, and I'm like, I give up. Where on earth is this Mickey D's place? And they said, you realize you're actually in one, right? We call it Macca's over here in Australia. So I thought Mickey D's was a whole new experience. It was not the same thing.
It's one of our greatest exports. The minute we want to destroy a country, we just send them Mickey D's. For those who've just joined us, we have Kim Calhoun, who is with IBM TV, sits on the board of advisors at North Carolina State Computer Science Department, and Kit, who actually runs IBM TV out of New Delhi, who's a director for IBM TV. We have Shaquille, who's actually a international money manager, owns his own money management company, will always do the disclaimer before he tells you anything. David K. Johnson, Pulitzer Prize winner, New York Times bestseller, The Making of Trump, among other books like Perfectly Legal, and also teaches at Syracuse University Law School. We have Alexander Starr, who runs Chess Stars and also runs our investing, and our special guest Jeff Brown, who's the dean of the University of Illinois College of Business. And I just recently saw that there was a problem where there's some rule, we were talking about legal rules, that they're going to take all your international students and send them back home. What's going on there?
Well, this administration is not doing higher ed any favors. Let me just put it that way. Look, we've got 10,000 international students at the University of Illinois across all of our colleges, graduate and undergraduate. And while that's a high number compared to most of the universities, most universities have international students. We do it for a variety of reasons, right? Part of it is we really believe it adds to the intellectual environment for our domestic students to get a global perspective. Partly it's because we have an incentive to attract some of the best and brightest people in the world. And given that the US is only 5% of the world population, we certainly don't have a monopoly on intellectual talent. And we believe that by bringing folks from around the world here, many of them stay here and go on and start businesses. And we'd rather start them here than go some other country and compete against this. So we're a little frustrated that last week the Trump administration announced that if a student is enrolled at a U.S. university and that U.S. university goes online this fall, that they are not allowed to stay here on their student visa, that they will have to leave the country. And this is a significant source of stress and anxiety. Frankly, it's I think I've used the word cruel before. It's cruel to the students. It's harmful to the universities. At Illinois, we're in a pretty good spot in the sense that we are going to be hybrid this fall anyway. We're inviting everyone back to campus, and we're going to socially distance and have a mix of face-to-face and online classes. But look, if this pandemic continues to get worse, we can't rule out that we might determine that from a public health perspective, the best thing to do is to go remote again. Or look at schools like Harvard or Cal State, who've already decided to go online before this announcement came
Is
out.
Harvard going to lose all their international students?
Well, they're going to have, Harvard is either, so first of all, they filed a lawsuit, and good for them for doing so.
Yeah, right.
But if they don't get a stay, then they've got a choice to make. Either their students are all going to be here illegally if they stay, or they're all going to have to leave, or Harvard is going to have to change its mind about how it's going to deliver courses this fall. And it's not just Harvard. I mean, there's dozens, probably hundreds of universities that are in this situation. And every university, including ours, is concerned, well, what happens if we start off on campus and then, like in the spring, for the good of public health, feel like we need to go online for a period of time? What happens to all these students?
So I have a question to ask. What has it hurt having these students here now? What does it hurt keeping them? And doesn't this violate every grain of what America is all about?
I'm just wondering if what he's doing is legal, because this is an executive order as opposed to, it was not legislation.
I wasn't even made aware of this, and oh my God.
Legal?
Oh my God, I missed my state meeting. Oh my God. Oh my God. I've been fighting organized criminals.
I'm sorry to be the one that made you think of that, but I can't answer the question whether it's legal. There's others here that probably have a better legal background than me. I hope it is not. What I can tell you is it's extremely damaging to higher ed, and it's damaging to the U.S. economy. I mean, let's be clear. Immigrants to the U.S. file a disproportionate share of patents. They're innovators. They start companies. If you look at, I saw a number the other day that like 40-something% of S&P 500 companies founders were immigrants, or their children were children of immigrants. I mean, immigrants are what built this, the economy in this country. We almost all of us, unless you're a Native American, we all were immigrants at some point in time. That's what this country's supposed to be about. And it's, and again, I just ask the question all the time of, in what world does it make sense that we are taking some of the best and brightest minds from around the world and telling them, we don't want you here. We want you to go start your business in India or China or Europe or somewhere else, and then compete against us and create those jobs over there.
Right. That's the problem I have. In other words, you're losing out on the best and the brightest. And our chess players know that the best and the brightest are what the best chess player is in Magnus Carlsen in Norway. And then we have one Fabio Caruana in the United States, but we got him to come here to the United States because he was working in Italy. And the whole goal is you want to bring the best and the brightest here, not send them elsewhere. But then my problem is that, can you do this by way of an executive order as opposed to legislation? Because realize, Jeff, he bypasses Congress completely if he can sign an order like this and ship all these people offshore. And I go, can't.
Was offered by the White House as to why they were doing this before we attack the legality of it? Was there some sort of rationale, even if we don't agree with it?
I mean, see, here's the thing. I think, Shaquille. Okay, it's to demonize foreigners like China, Russia. We demonize people here all the time for no reason. Okay, so the thing is, but it makes us feel good if we demonize people that aren't from the United States. So there's this demonization deal that's going on there that's supposedly making us feel good. So apparently the demonization is now, hey, you're not from the United States, hence you're a demon. I mean, it's just it's juvenile, really. It's really juvenile.
Having come to your country now on a number of occasions,
right?
I'm not saying that there's no racism that exists in America or Australia. Maybe there is. But I can certainly tell you, and I don't think I'm white, I can't tell you that I've felt demonized by anybody. In fact, when I've been over there, most of the time people are really fascinated because they're not 100% sure what my accent is and where I'm from and that sort of stuff. I've been through, the southern states and northern states, east and west coast. So, bar some of the central states of America, I've been all over your country, and I have never felt demonized.
Yeah, but the people in the United States are good, but then we have this thing called the government.
Well, let me also say, first of all, the fact that you have an Australian accent makes you a little bit more of a curiosity to folks, and they don't view you in the same way. If you were a Black American born here, descended from slaves, I guarantee you face racism every day in this country.
You will.
Not just at an individual level, but also through 400 years of history. So there's no question about that. The issue with immigration is very abstract, though. Is it a lot of people are very kind to folks as an individual, but from a policy standpoint, they don't want them here. They don't want anymore. It's the other, right? So whether it's the Chinese or the Mexicans or whatever, and that's what's driving this policy. Now, the only explanation I heard that is not just blatant xenophobia or a hatred of higher education, both of which are plausible explanations, is that this was a way to try to force higher educational institutions to return to campus this fall. Many of us are already doing it, but not all universities are. And since the president didn't have the direct ability to order universities to be on campus, this was not even a carrot, it was a stick to try to get them to do so.
This was not a carrot or a stick. This was an electric prod.
but Jeff's analysis,
whack.
Jeff's analysis is exactly spot on about the racism. Let's remember Donald Trump, who's been in adjudicated proceedings, found to have done numerous racist acts, has a guy named Stephen Miller, who is high school valedictorian in Santa Monica, California. They stopped his speech because it was a racist screed. At DC Report, we refer to him as Trump's minister of hate. And anything he can do that's xenophobic, Donald listens to. And the only reasons are the two things that Jeff just pointed out. One is the antagonism to education by Donald Trump. And secondly, this fundamental, you're going to go back to school like or not, because it's a hoax. The whole thing is a hoax. Now, Jeff, let me ask a question. I know that at Syracuse, all of the law students from overseas pay 100% of the full freight. When my seventh child decided to become a lawyer in Canada, I had to pay full freight in Canada. And so I assume your foreign students are high profit items as opposed to the majority of your students who are subsidized, and you hope to make it up with contributions in the future from those who are successful.
Yeah, so it varies by program. For the most part, under U.S. immigration law, students who come to study in the United States have to demonstrate in order to get a visa that they have the financial means to support themselves. And once you've gone through that process, many of them don't qualify for financial aid, and they certainly don't qualify for federal aid and so forth. So it is true that most international students are paying full freight, and usually more than full freight. In other words, an international student will typically pay more than an out-of-state student at a public institution and so forth. And what we do at Illinois is we take a lot of that. Like if I have an international student in the Geese College of Business, they're paying more than a domestic student does. And we take a big part of that differential and we put it into scholarships for Illinois residents. So not only are we hurting the experience, not only are we sort of violating a contract with these international students that are part of our family. I mean, they're part of our community, but we're then imposing additional financial pressure on us, which is going to hurt our ability to provide scholarships to American students who've been, might not have the means to come, but who have demonstrated that they're a good enough student to come here. It's just bad policy all the way around. And I got to tell you, as a dean, I do a lot of fundraising, right? And my alumni span the entirety of the political spectrum, right? I've got everything from the most conservative to the most liberal alum you can imagine. And so I very rarely speak about politics. You won't see me tweeting out stuff, ridiculing our president or things like that. But there are times, and this is one of them, when the administration is enacting policies that are harmful to higher education and are harmful to this college and are harmful to the degrees that my alumni hold, you better believe I'm going to speak out, even if it risks offending some folks, because this is just bad policy.
I concur, Council.
I'm going to
I'm not sure.
You need, whatever you need, let me know. I want to be part of this campaign because I truly believe in this equal education. Jeff, you and I, we've talked about this, how important it is to cross over these international relationships.
It also
will agree with this.
Yeah, it gives the foreign students the ability to come here, spend time, get to know the culture, get friends. Right. I mean, there's a lot of benefits, intangible as well as tangible, to have.
And by the way, don't forget that Donald, as a candidate, kept complaining that Barack Obama had relied way too much on executive orders. He issued the fewest executive orders per year of any president since World War II. But that was a big Donald campaign thing. He's a tyrant who is ruling by exective order. And look at Donald, his executive orders.
Donald's Twitter ruler.
I'm not sure if that's legal. For those who have joined us, we have Kimberly Calhoun, who's the vice chair of the computer science department at North Carolina State University, Ankit in New Delhi, who actually runs the IBM TV network, Shaquille, who's a money manager in Sydney, Australia, David K. Johnson, Pulitzer Prize winner, New York Times bestseller, teacher at Syracuse Law School, Alexander Starr, who runs Chess Stars and also our investment show on Wednesday, Jeff Brown, the Dean of University of Illinois School of Business, and just joined us, Holmes Stoner, who's the chairman of the International American Chamber of Commerce. I don't know if it's hit you, Holmes. Did you see the rule that was passed that tells all the foreign students they gotta leave the country? Did you see that?
$2 billion a year. Tell her that to go away. Okay, $200 a year for my daughter to go to school at Santa Monica Community College. The Chinese person pays $47,000 for the same exact program. Right. So I ask you, what is the purpose of throwing all of these people out of the country? First of all, hurting our own school systems, and then we've educated them. What do you think they're going to do when they go back to their home country? We've educated them. They're running the government, most of them. Okay, if you look at the last 2 or 3 decades, especially in China that I'm very familiar with, most of the people in the government in China have been educated in Western countries. I don't understand the logic there. I just don't get it.
So I do in a way, because I don't know if you noticed, but I have an odd way of doing things on Facebook. And most of the time it's for me to understand the human behavior and Trumpettes. I nickname them Trumpettes because they have this unduly admiration for Trump and will follow him even if he starts shooting people in Times Square. But I started looking at some of this stuff, and I noticed it yesterday, which now I understand why they were posting this, the Trumpettes. He's brainwashed them to think that all of these people need to leave because they are hurting our education system. He has brainwashed them to think that all of these people are part of the liberal movement to, ruin everything that they have built. It's all brainwashed, because I was reading it and I go, oh God, what has he done now? Now I know. I know that's the first thing I do when I start seeing these. I go, what has Trump done now?
Well, and then on Friday, he tweeted out.
I'm going to go on a video.
On Friday, he tweeted out that he was asking the Treasury Department to look into the tax-exempt status of U.S. universities because he's afraid they've become hotbeds for liberal thinking. And I can tell you, I worked in the Bush administration, okay? I'm economically, I'm definitely on the conservative side of things. And, that narrative is it's wrong. Yes. Faculty in higher ed, there are more Democrats than Republicans, more liberals than conservatives, but it's not like we're these secret cults that are indoctrinating people. We're educating folks and we're teaching them to think, and we're challenging the preconceived views that they come in with, whatever they are. So all of this, I think, is just part of a campaign to unfortunately tear down one of the great American industries. I've said this before. Education. We export $40 billion a year of education a year. So we export more education than we do soybeans. We almost as much as we do automobiles, right? It's one of our great export industries, number one, and we're trying to tear it apart. Now, that's a funny way to close a trade deficit if that's one of the things you promised you were going to do. is to tear down one of your leading export industries.
And I agree with you, Jeff. And here's my thing, because you all know I have been saying that we have a 18th century government system with a 19th century education system, expecting 21st century results. Well, we've just this thing has set the education system back to the 1600s. If you are removing international crossover relationships and education and removing that connectivity, you have just put us back to the 1600s, as far as I'm concerned.
With one exception, and apologies for the little infomercial here, but we've talked on one of my previous, a couple of my previous appearances here about our online programs. So these were online programs that existed prior to the pandemic. So we have this $22,000 MBA degree fully online. We have $11,000 Master's in Management fully online. Nice thing about those is you don't have to be resident in the United States to do them. So from anywhere in the world, you can earn the degree from Illinois, one of the top business schools in the world. And so technology is obviously quite different than it was in the 1600s. And so in that environment, we're able to have a truly global environment. We have, in our MBA program, we have 100 countries represented now. It's spectacular. So that, at least, I often think, look, this pandemic's been horrible in many, many ways, but I'm so glad it happened in 2020 instead of, the year 2000, before the internet, before Zoom, before the ability to actually migrate a lot of this stuff online and work from home, because we really would have shut down the economy if this had happened 20 years ago.
So what do we need to do besides protesting and stuff like that? Harvard's filed a lawsuit. Right. We need a big voice up there kicking them right now. Like,
amicus briefs.
How do we do this? How do we join? Because this doesn't just affect the U.S. This affects the whole world.
Absolutely.
And so how do we join together? What do we need to do to stop it?
It's in front of the courts now. I mean, like I said, I have a problem with whether or not he has the legal ability to do what he's doing by way of an executive order. I don't work in the immigration law area, so I'm not that familiar with it. I'm sure the people in Harvard will, and I believe the judges probably are not going to side with him. Remember, he lost that case recently with Justice Roberts before the U.S. Supreme Court. I mean, hey, look, you can do things like this, pass executive orders like this, but get them rebuked maybe, at the court level. Other than that, without the court system, I think you're kind of toast.
No, I think
amicus briefs is a very good point. We need
amicus briefs would be good, right? In other words, the amicus briefs actually, in the last case I was reading, there was quite a few amicus briefs, and actually attorneys that appeared before the Supreme Court, which usually they don't allow people that file amicus briefs to actually speak before the court, but actually did in some of the cases that went before the Supreme Court. So I don't know how fast it's going to progress through the court system. I just don't see this case, him going anywhere with this.
So I agree. One of the questions I have is, this was actually issued as a regulation from the Immigration Service. I'm not sure it was actually issued as an executive order. I think it was
but still, even if it's a regulation.
Understood. I'm just saying, I don't know how that changes things.
But there's a process of promulgating the rule. You have to have a public comment period.
Right. A public comment period.
And you can tie it up in litigation. I mean, I don't think anything substantial will come out of this except scaring people. Right. But and all we got to do is, get a new occupant in the White House and get to January 20th, and these problems will go away. And I think there are enough lawyers in this that we can tie it up until January 20th.
Well,
I want to know, Jeff, where did you get the $40 billion figure, the value of American education export? You know the source of that off the top of your head?
I'll send it to you.
Thank you.
I don't remember off the top of my head, but it's
has some information. Holmes has some information on that too. So,
Holmes?
Yeah, we work very closely with Miramar University out here in San Diego, and we compiled a lot of those statistics with foreign students, because we're an international chamber of commerce. So we have to take these statistics and publish them and keep them purged and updated. So I can get that over to you guys, and you can take a look at the latest statistics. But this is a staggering thing. If we let this happen, just like Kim said, it was going to set us back 300 years. I mean, this
No,
is.
I think it's going to be over with the one around November 5th, David.
The election's, I think, the 3rd. So by the 5th, we should know.
Yeah, by the 5th, we'll be over with. Or
I got to go. I'll see you guys next week. All right.
David, we'll see you
Bye,
next
David.
week. All right. Bye-bye.
Thank you. Thank you for helping. So
yeah, I just, but I'm not sure if it's going to get through the courts. And like David said, if it's by way of regulation, you're supposed to have notice and comment period time to go through before you promulgate a regulation. But again, the courts, boy, they have a lot of leeway in this. So it really depends on what judge you get in front of.
Well, you're a lawyer, you should know.
Yeah, they say good lawyers know the law, great lawyers know the judge. Remember that. So the thing is, I don't know.
Our lawyers go to lunch with them.
Right. Well,
I never forget the time I went into a hearing and it was a pretty big lawsuit. And the attorney walks in the door and the judge and him kind of says some things. He goes, yeah, we'll have lunch together at the Bluebird Cafe. And I go, all right, my case is lost. I'm sorry.
Basically, education, Kim, that's called the system. Now you start to understand.
Right.
What about in Australia, Shaq? How about in Australia?
Well, we don't have a President Trump in Australia, but I just want to very quickly say something at the risk of being called a Trumpette by Kimberly. Obviously, my personal views on the politics of America are a little bit more impartial because I don't live there. But I will just say I find it quite discerning when I come over to America to see how racist you guys think you are compared to everybody else. You know, ethnically, I'm Indian. The British took us not exactly by will. Some of us actually, were taken over in some pretty bad circumstances. There's been all sorts of terrible things that have happened throughout Europe that European countries have done to other European countries. When I was in North Carolina, there was a Sloan School, which is one of the oldest schools still there, where students who were recently freed slaves were able to get an education, and they were raising money to move that school. And I was absolutely honoured to be able to be part of raising money for that. Your country is not as racist and not as divided as what it would seem if you talk to the everyday American. And I really think that what you guys might consider doing, regardless of who wins the election, regardless of who's in politics, is to talk about the commonality that you all have rather than talk about the things that set you apart. Okay? Because what made America a great country to begin with, what the foundation of that country was all about, was that you had a Bill of Rights that protected you from people. You didn't have a royal family that was there to rule over you. You had a government that theoretically was there to serve you. There are so many beautiful, amazing, great things about the United States. But to try and get an American to ever tell you one is like trying to pull hen's teeth. Let's not be so hard on ourselves. You guys have a beautiful country. All countries have problems. All countries will have a politician or a political leader that will do something that's stupid, that will do something that you don't agree with, that'll do something that might be harmful to your industry. But that's not the end of the world. And if any country can get through it, it's the United States.
So Shakira, I got to run, but let me just say the following. My dad was a high school government teacher for 30 years, and I grew up traveling all over this country with him, and I love this country, and I'm proud of this country. And there's lots of things I'd be able to tell you about how much I love the United States. But I'm a white male, and not everyone's had that same experience. Like my ancestors were not enslaved, right? And so I think the issue here is that for someone who looks like me, this is the greatest country in the world. But we didn't extend those same rights and privileges to everyone. And that's the great tragedy of our history. And that's what we're trying to grapple with today.
Jeff, I would love to continue that conversation, just you and me, because I know that you have to go.
Would love to.
But whilst what you are saying might or might not be correct, neither either did countries in Europe who enslaved other white people. Neither did many other countries around the world or countries in the Pacific Islands. This is not a uniquely American problem, okay? And it's not a uniquely white versus black problem, okay? This is something that has happened all through human history. And you don't all need to beat yourself up forever because of something that happened that your country is still recovering from, okay? Unify, don't divide.
And that's beautiful.
You're speaking like a true Aussie, mate.
I really do have to go.
Okay, Jeff.
We got a lot of work to do before we can do that. Thank you, everybody.
I told you about this guy.
Email me what you need to help. Email me if you need anything, because I sit on the board of advisors here at NC State, so maybe we can.
They're dealing with the same issue. If they haven't already, encourage them to file an amicus brief.
I will. All right. Wow. So. But Shaquille, thank you for that speech, because I think that is to the heart of what America is. But something I learned in my lifetime of working is there's a difference between commanders and demanders in your leadership. And you said something that hit home to me is that generally the leaders here are supposed to be serving the people, but somewhere over the course of time, that definition and role changed, and they have a different way of thinking and think that we serve them. They have complete immunity, and I know this from what I'm doing right now, complete immunity from any criminal actions they make, that you could be arrested for just being if you did the exact same thing, you would be arrested and put in jail. But they can do those exact things and be 100% immune. So something has changed in the past, say, 15 years since the last time I had to go through things, what I'm doing now, and something has changed, and it needs to change back. And I think that's why I think this conversation has been great, because what your speech is what we need to become again. Bring back America. We need to bring it back to where we have that pride that you talk about, and that purpose, and that unification, because we're not unified anymore. In fact, I've been kind of joking in terms of endearment, calling us the divided states. And also, I just want to disclaimer, my word trumpet, that's a term of endearment. I don't hate trumpets. A lot of them are my friends. It's just a short way for me to say that you are in support of what Trump does. But, and I just came up.
I just don't know if
obviously being the chairman of the same organisation that I'm the president of the board of advisors for, and him obviously living in California, and myself being in finance and being a little bit more on the conservative side, I like to ruffle his feathers every now and then.
Oh, he does a good job of doing that.
Holmes, it's a good thing to have friends like Shaquille, isn't it? You know.
He's my counterbalance. He's the counterbalance. You see.
Yeah,
you gotta have that, though. You gotta have that. This is what I tell somebody: if everybody agrees with me on my board, we're not gonna we're not gonna grow. So
the thing is, I got to look at this regulation now. I mean, all I saw was a response, because it just doesn't seem to make any sense to me. You could do this with regulation with no. See over here, they do have usually comments period that you go through before you have one. So if they did it by regulation, it might have not been done properly. I don't know. It does seem like if it was done and it was done properly, it wasn't a good regulation. I mean, something you need to bounce right on out.
Thing to do during the lead up to an election campaign as well. So I'm surprised to hear that Donald Trump or his advisors would even let him do something as divisive as that. That doesn't.
Yeah, I mean, you lose all the educators in the country, which is a big demographic, because is what Professor Brown said. The real problem is that the international students are net contributors here in the United States. They're not a loser; they're a winner. And if you're going to play cards, do you want to get rid of your aces? Well, I think I'm going to pull a better card. You think you're going to pull a better card? You need to go play a different game, dude. Okay, so the thing is,
you might get
your aces. What?
You might get the Joker.
Yeah, you might get the Joker. There you go. Right. Yeah,
Trump also knows the power of media and how And he knows that good or bad media, as long
Works
as
for
you're
him.
the best,
As long as it's about him, it's all about him.
right. So we made a bet about this during the last campaign, and my thing was, I bet you will see his face on every page of the newspaper from now until the end of campaign, good or bad.
Good or bad, doesn't matter.
As long as people see your face, they're going to relate it to a vote.
There's an argument that CNN elected him because he's making outrageous statements, and CNN, which purportedly is a liberal press, according to him, kept putting his outrageous statements on the air. If they didn't do that, no one would know who he is. I believe he would have not spent the money, and he would have been gone. He would have gone away. You're right, Holmes. He would have gone away. Okay, because
makes a good point. If you want to get him out of office, make everything he says look like a joke.
Well,
just laugh at it.
In all fairness, we've talked tonight about bad regulations, about laws that should have been repealed, about government people not doing.
I can't resist this comment.
One of the things that Donald Trump did in his original campaign, I'm not talking about now, was he wasn't a politician, and I think
that's correct. That's correct. He is definitely not.
Again, that wasn't something that just happened here in America, there in America. In Australia, we almost had what we call a hung parliament. We almost had it. We only got over by a couple of states. You had Brexit occur in the UK. The world is becoming very, very divided along these lines. And that's why I sort of made that comment that I made before. This is not a uniquely American problem, okay? No. President Trump might be a uniquely American problem, but you're seeing similar sorts of issues and similar sorts of friction occurring around the Western world. And so I think we need to start talking about
populism.
What we stand for,
populism,
and against.
But also, if you look at where he was, even though he wasn't a professional politician, he headed his own company, which he received by way of inheritance. He never had to work through the corporate chain and have to go along, get along, and socialize with people to become president of a major company. Never had to do that. He basically inherited the position and could do everything that he wanted to do. Then, because of CNN, you can blame the media because they listened to all the crazy things he saw. He basically trumped his way into the presidency of the United States. And somebody asked me, what's going to happen when Trump's president? I said, do you ever see Celebrity Apprentice? Remember, it's a television show. You're going to see that for the next 4 years. And that's what it's all about. It's all a big show. And so this is another part of the show.
He's only just said, you're fired to a few people, Comey. And
right. Yeah, he did it. He fired people, hired people. You're fired. You said something bad, didn't you, Shaquille? You're fired. Okay, we'll hire somebody new to come in next. It's Celebrity Apprentice. I mean, that's basically what's going on. But on November 5th, it'll all be over, and coronavirus will go away, and 2021 will be a new year. So
I want to throw something out here at you guys here, so that we'll put a little emergency fire under your feet. Yesterday, it was announced on NBC that by September 28th or 29th, there'll be 100 million American people that are either evicted from their apartments or foreclosed on their houses. Let that ring in a little bit.
I was looking at that, Holmes.
100 million out of 380 million.
Right.
1/3 of our population is going to be homeless.
Right. State of North Carolina, 1 out of 3 people did not pay their mortgage, and for the last month and a half. And we earlier in our program we were discussing, if I was
all the benefits are finished at the end of July.
Yeah, I was looking at the stock market ringing in at 25,000. I didn't see it today where it is, and I've been hoarding cash because I'm going, like, the data I'm getting is not consistent with the market's performance. The data I'm getting is bad news.
What do you think, Shaquille? What is your opinion?
I actually feel quite guilty answering this question before I've answered a question for Alexander that he's patiently waited for almost 2 hours for me to answer. So, Alexander, I promise you I will answer your question about that shortly. I think that there's a couple of things. Firstly, I think it's always a very dangerous thing to do to bet against America in the long term. Okay, the same thing with the United Kingdom. These countries, they tend to bounce back eventually. Now, this is a unique situation, or a relatively unique situation, certainly within most of our lifetime. Yes, we have had some issues, like we had the crash in '87. We have had the Asian currency crisis. Obviously, we had the tragedy of 2001. We had the Great Recession in 2008. We've had a number of issues. But in almost all of those issues, if it has affected America, some other country in some way benefited from it. And an example of that was during the 2008, the Great Recession that happened in America. The American dollar went down against the Australian dollar really significantly. The Australian dollar at one point was at almost $1.15 against the US. Now, at the moment, it's just below 70 cents. What that meant was, for Australians and New Zealanders coming to America to invest, America all of a sudden became a much more attractive place to be. This situation's different because this situation is affecting almost everybody in the world. Obviously, the effects are a little bit different, but it's got a very similar effect across almost everybody in the world. The mass unemployment, the small business closures, people not being able to make their mortgage and rent payments, again, is not something that's just happening there in America. It's happening in Canada. It's happening in the UK. It's happening in Europe. It's certainly happening here in Australia. So all of these countries around the world are experiencing similar things. I personally think, and maybe I'm wrong, but I certainly hope I'm not, I personally think that when things start to stabilize, America, as will most of the rest of the world, will bounce back very, very quickly.
Oh, I agree.
And I will just say one other thing. In the Great Depression, in the aftermath of the Great Depression, there were more multimillionaires made than at any other time in US history. Okay? When you see a whole heap of businesses that have been around for a really long time that perhaps have now gone under, or perhaps they haven't been able to pay their rent for a while, or perhaps the staff have left, or whatever the problem may be, that just might be the catalyst that allows the 25-year-old who couldn't afford to rent that building 2 years ago to be able to go in and rent that building and start a new business, right?
Yeah.
So, yes, the coronavirus is a horrible thing that's affecting everybody. I know the numbers look really, really bad, but they always do look really, really bad before they get better.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
right?
the thing is the market.
Brilliant. Right.
Now, I didn't hear anybody.
I feel better. How about you?
I'm okay, but the market's showing it's up 500 points. Why 1/3 of the people can't pay their mortgages? Show me how that math works.
6 months ago, 12 months ago, I didn't hear anybody saying to me, "Oh, look, there's doom and gloom. There must be doom and gloom because the US market is at the highest prices in history. Mortgage foreclosure rates are at the lowest things in history. This can't possibly be sustained, so therefore it's all going to be terrible because things are too good." But when it's reversed and things are really, really bad, we all jump to the conclusion that they must just get even worse. Well, not necessarily.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, we've bounced back before. Why would this be any different?
No, but it's the wave theory. Okay, I'm waiting for the wave to go down, which I think by October, and you and I'll be talking in October, my friend. Okay,
half a glass. This is the glass half full.
Okay, in October, I'll be purchasing my stocks while you're crying about the market crashing, and Holmes will be saying there's 100 million people on the streets, and I'm a buyer. Okay,
I'm going to travel over there to LA. I'm going to have one of those NASA astronaut suits, so I'll be fine, and I'll just be walking around. It'll be no problems.
Come see me. I'll take you over to NASA. Even though I'm in North Carolina, if things open up, and I'll meet you down in Miami, and we'll go over and visit NASA and talk to some of my friends.
I absolutely love Miami, and I absolutely adore North Carolina.
Wow, thank you.
Wow.
Thank you.
Okay.
I
went to the U, so I'm familiar with
He's
Miami.
I've taught him to be a real schmoozer. you see.
Oh, is he a schmoozer? Well, what I want to say to people, and I don't want to sound negative because I think you're dead on that things always look worse before they get better. But I always wonder, especially when there's this much crisis being spun around everywhere, because I've worked with the Japanese long enough to feel this way, is I wonder, what are they doing behind the scenes because they need this distraction? So I have to ask myself, what's really going on behind the scenes? Something's going on behind the scenes for them to have all of this distraction going on, because every time, if you could go back through history, every time you'll go read it that maybe they processed a bill. I've seen this happen many times. They cause all this crisis over here and got everybody looking over here, and they push a bill in overnight. So my thing is with a crisis this big, what the heck do they have going on behind the scenes?
It could be treatments for coronavirus. That
No.
remember I was showing you the quercetin that may be better. In other words, these treatments, things like this.
Quercetin costs nothing. I take it every.
I know, but I'm just saying what Wall Street may know that we don't know is treatments and
I'm worried
vaccines.
about what the government's doing behind the scenes.
The government doesn't know what they're doing. Okay, so you have to worry about that.
Excuse me, Nick. That's what scares me. But let's take this into consideration that we've got, like Shaq said, we've got all these great things that we can be doing. It's kind of like when, it looked doom and gloom for the mail, U.S. mail, right? And then all of a sudden Amazon comes around, right? So the mail went down because email came out, right? And everybody's doing paying their bills electronically thanks to Yapstone and all of these things. So the U.S. mail was going down. Then Amazon came around, and what did that do? It built the mail back up. And now Amazon is taking that away and making their own mail in.
Amazon at one time was $1 billion in the hole, at 1.4 billion, I believe, and had no possibility of ever recovering. That was in the late 1990s. Seriously. Okay, but now it's obviously it turned around and things have changed. Hopefully we can turn IBM TV around, and we have Lynn Shepard at the dollar store who can help us do it.
That's quite a segue. That's a good segue.
Lynn, tell us how we can turn IBM TV around at the dollar store.
One of the things I want to say is one of the reasons why Nick and I started Money Masters PBS is to close that gap between poverty and sustainability. Right?
Through financial literacy.
Right. Through financial literacy, but by inspiring financial literacy and inspiring those financial
because it's boring. That's the reason Shaquille has a job. No one wants to do what he does.
That's how I met him. He was so
Hey, you're going to manage the money here. You do it. It's too boring for me.
But in my journey, some of the things I learned that are very fascinating is that they really teach the people wrong. Okay, even in the big financial literacy program that we went to with the Federal Reserve, they left out a big key element in their teachings. So what I have learned that is very important to become financially fit is that you have to learn how to spend your money, how to manage it. It's not about what you make, it's how you manage it. And those things, those key elements are how you spend it, how you save it, how you invest it, and by God, because there's one thing certain in this life, pay your taxes. And pay forward, right? Because that paying forward is what keeps everything in circulation and intact, and it will come back. Mm-hmm. And so one of the great things and wonderful things about all this is that Lynn came up to us when he found out what we were doing. And, we're struggling and trying to get the resources to build this into a bigger network to provide content for even, great minority producers. Lynn goes, how can I help you? And so now he's become a big sponsor with his online family dollar store. And with online family dollar store is everything I believe in, right? It's a means to shop, to save. And I'm not a big shopper. Everybody who really knows me knows I hate shopping.
I liked it on the other TV programs. You're running his banner underneath. I don't know how to do that, but I'd
love to respond to you, Kimberly, but I don't want to interrupt Lynn if Lynn has something to say. But I really want to talk to you about what you just said about financial literacy. Okay. I'm going to tell you guys something about the financial markets that you may or may not be aware of, but I'm sure many of the viewers won't be. But let's at least allow Lynn to say something first.
Right. So one of the things I want to do is I always like to give Lynn that introduction of thanks, because it's because of people like him who are trying to help us. And so by doing that, I ask people to shop the online dollar store. They have all these wonderful name brand products, items that I generally sometimes purchase on Amazon that cost me $60 or only, $4 on the Family Dollar Store. It's the same packaging, same amount. The shipping is free if you spend $25 worth, and that's pretty easy to do. But the online Family Dollar Store is very reactive to our needs, not just by supplying us the necessities that we need and doing it so we don't have to go out and buy them, but they're providing things that we need in this day and time, like masks and affordable. But I'm going to give the ball over to Lynn for a minute. Thank you, Lynn.
And I just want Shaq to understand how good a ventriloquist I am, because I got Kimberly to say everything, and she basically was able to say it all. But anyway, so Shaq, it's nice to meet you, and of course I know Stoner, and I know Sasha. Anyway, so I am the owner of the Family Dollar Store. The link is family.dollarstore.com. And if Ankit were here today, he would put the banner under the bottom. But go to ibm.tv, click on the big green button. It's big and round, so that if you happen to be colorblind like my father was, and like 12% of the male population is, and you can't tell the difference between red and green, it's round. Oh, here it comes. Here comes the banner. So anyway, we love the mission of Money Masters PBS. We love supporting the idea of narrowing the gap between poverty and financial literacy and financial sustainability. So that's why we're here. We have some great products. And if Kimberly's running this, she's going to show you. It will come in here at one point, Minion napkins. But we do have masks. We have 50 masks for $25. And by the way, we ship for free for orders of $25 and over. So just buy masks. That's all you need to do. But if you want to buy more, we have plenty more. We have a rewards program. It's like giving people gift cards. We call them gift tokens. And for every purchase, people make one gift token, which is worth 10 cents for every dollar spent. We do have, and Jim's not here right now, but Jim's favorite is the lidocaine patch, because when he's got to play chess with Sasha, he always puts it on his head first, because he knows he's going to have severe pain. Anyway, and the other thing is, anybody who does play chess needs to buy these, because it's so painful moving the chess pieces around the board. You get tendonitis in your arm. But we have great products, Johnson's baby, whatever it is, shampoo. We have Sesame Street rattles. We have stuff from Fisher Price. We have soaps. Dove soap is considered to be one of the best for basically killing the coronavirus, because what it does is it takes the shell off of the outside. We have now, I know that Shaq and Holmes aren't going to worry about this, but Kimberly does, and that's getting rid of the lines on your face. So we have the Genesis line-free lift, which we sell for $4.99. Amazon sells for $67, and shipping. So why not buy some of these products? Now, if people sign up to become customers, and Shaq, you sound like you might be from Australia, but maybe don't shoot me if I've got the wrong place. But we don't ship to India, or don't ship out of the United States yet, but it is going to happen. But right at the moment, anybody, anywhere, if they have friends or relatives here in the United States, can become a customer. And immediately they get $5 worth of gift tokens. Anybody who signs on between now and the end of the year will get an additional end of the month of July, rather, will get a $5 worth of additional gift tokens. You can send them to your friends and relatives. All they have to do is become a customer. When they do, you just simply ship them to them, And there you go. They've got some gift tokens, and they're going to get them automatically anyway. So you just gave them to your friends or family. They're the Minion napkins. Mine are probably at the post office. We do ship to your door unless you happen to live in my small town here in Pennsylvania, which doesn't have mail delivery. So I've got to go to the post office. I just haven't had time to do it today, but I'll be there because I want to be a member of the club, and I want to be able to hold up my Minion napkins.
Yeah, everybody comes on the show now, and everybody holds up their
Minion napkins. So we're giving all of our profit to Money Masters PBS through the end of August. As Sasha knows, because he's been on here, he's heard me say it too much. He can probably repeat it for me. We would ship to Canada, but we know because my daughter lives not far from Sasha in Toronto, we would probably get held up by Border Patrol. So what can you say? Anyway,
question, Lynn.
We have a gentleman called Mark who's commenting on YouTube, and he said that he doesn't deliver to Australia, but that'll change soon, Shaquille, because you have friends here. I'm not holding out much hope. If you can't deliver to Pennsylvania, the chances of it getting to Australia isn't very good.
No, we deliver to Pennsylvania. I just live in a town that doesn't have mailmen that come to the house and deliver.
They don't deliver to that. Yeah.
So I've got to go to a post office, Shaq. That's what I have to do.
He has to walk every day to the postmaster. But you know what's interesting, and Lynn, correct me if I'm wrong now, but the last time I looked at the stats, you also had no corona cases, which means I think there's a correlation there. I think there's if they're not delivering, I think there's correlation.
You're right. We have no corona cases in Bernathen, Pennsylvania, which is where I live.
And no mail delivery.
And no mail delivery. Okay.
So there you go. I think there's something
by UPS.
What did you say, Shaq?
There's a government conspiracy by UPS. Is that what you guys are telling me?
No.
And you let me come back? You
No,
really want to come back there?
Years ago, Shaq, there was a very wealthy family. The gentleman that was the head of the family, the scion, founded Pittsburgh Plate Glass, okay? And he was very wealthy, and he and his family decided they didn't want to have mailmen running all over the neighborhood. So basically it's outlawed here. Anyway, nice community though.
It is.
I was born in a small town in Pennsylvania.
Which one?
It's called Waynesburg, Pennsylvania. It's outside of Washington, Pennsylvania.
It is. I know Waynesburg. I've
I
been
was
there.
born there.
I've been there.
You've been there?
Yeah.
3,000 people.
Yeah.
A huge metropolis of 3,000 people.
Well, that's Waynesburg's Greene County, isn't it?
That's correct.
Yep. And yeah, I have been to Waynesburg more than once. So there you go. It's a pretty area, a beautiful area.
That's why I love this show. How often, Inkit, have we just had people come from all over the world? And I don't know, Shaq, if you notice, we have these little sign languages that we do. IBM TV sign family.
I can't do this when my arms don't work.
So this has taken me a while, but this is our prayer that we do on Saturdays. We have a spiritual Saturday practice, and this is part of manifesting the good things in life. I do this, but the two things that this is to me is the wolf pack symbol. But I also call it diversity and inclusion, because in sign language, the letter D, right, and the letter I. So when you put your fingers like this, you have the D and the I all together. So I call it diversity and inclusion. But this is the Wolfpack symbol. Yeah, I did make, thanks, Nick, for introducing me. I did make vice chair this year. I just messed up the first meeting. But I'll get back on board. And
Nicholas, and Nick, we talked about whether or not I could speak English over here in Australia. You Americans, color, it's spelt with a U, flavor is spelt with a U, and of course, even sign language has to be different, right? Yeah. So I did date a girl in Australia who did have a hearing problem, and I know Australian Sign Language, and it is completely different to American Sign Language. Completely.
Okay. I just learned simple stuff. I love you, things like that. But I learned simple things when I was growing up.
I've been to Brisbane, mate. I've been to Brisbane, Sydney, Uluru, Cairns. So I've been.
I have been to all of those places.
Yeah,
I have.
My wife went to high school in New Zealand, Whangarei, across 1,500 miles away.
Yeah,
on the water. So I've been up and down that area a little bit. Not as much as Holmes. Holmes lived there.
I'm a bit worried about Pennsylvania. I have been to 26, maybe 27 of your states, and Pennsylvania is not one of them. So when I get back over there, you guys will have to show me around.
Yeah,
we'd love to. Absolutely love to.
And then, if you start on one side of the United States, and then we'll go over and we'll visit Holmes. Or Holmes comes here for business, don't you, Holmes?
Oh, yes. Oh, yes.
Pacific. He didn't come to the Atlantic area.
Oh, yeah. I go there once in a while.
Really? Wow.
It all depends on the weather, because there's real weather back there.
So here's the interesting thing, Holmes. Here's on the news this morning. They said that 3 more days in 90 degrees, and Washington D.C. will break a record for consecutive 90-degree days. So I think I'll take the snow rather than the 90-degree days.
Yeah. Well, the thing is, everybody knows there's a lot of hot air in Washington D.C. anyway. So
well, you could be down there. You could be down under there in the middle of the winter over there, aren't you, Shaq?
Yeah.
Well, yes, but our winter compared to your summer, I'll take our winter. Our winter's quite good. I was actually in Chicago during that polar vortex thing that you had last year. Mm-hmm. I am not going back there in a hurry. Because I thought, look, Lake Michigan, it's a lake. How bad could the wind really be? Oh, yeah.
Yes. So where are you in Australia?
So I am actually from Perth, which is the western side of the country.
Right.
I'm currently in Sydney.
Mm-hmm.
I was in LA, and I was unfortunately I had to come back here because we're all told by the Australian government that if you're Australian, you must come back. Mm-hmm. So I came back and was quarantined in my house for 2 weeks. And had quite a good time, which was actually what I wanted to talk to you about very quickly, Kimberly. You talked about what is the government up to, and what are all the things that are going on. And it was so interesting. I was talking to some of the people that live around my neighbourhood, and they're all complaining. Oh, the kids are home from school, and this and that. And I thought, these are the same people that just a few months ago would complain that they didn't have enough time to spend with their kids. They wish they had more time to spend with their partners. They wish they had more time to read that book. They wish they had more time to exercise. You get ordered by the government. I mean, it's the first time in history that all you have to do to save the world is to stay home and
you do know what the number one sport is in the world. The number one sport in the world is complaining.
Exactly. And that's what everyone starts with. They start complaining. But, there's so much work that could get done. There's so much more technology now. Zoom's been around for ages, and Skype and all those sorts of things. But look at how much more we're using them now. I've met people and completed deals that, I never would have been able to complete 3 months ago over the internet.
Right.
There has been some really positive things. And this is stuff that's actually going to change. Not just ourselves, but the next generation, because they're going to grow up having learned how to use this technology better than it's been used before.
Oh, so you could have said that.
Happened.
You couldn't have said that better, and count your blessings that you get this opportunity to spend time with your family. But I'm going to share something with you that is kind of funny. I would have never met Holmes if we had to continue traveling, going to events, and to meet each other face to face. I had to meet him on Zoom. If it wasn't for Zoom, I've been trying to meet Holmes for months, and we would cross paths at events, and he would just disappear. Mm-hmm. So the only way, so you're right. There's advantages to all of this that's going on. You just have to.
I just love coronavirus. Bring it back.
I
Please, I need more coronavirus. Thank you,
The
Shaquille.
thing is
Thank you, Shaquille, for bringing me the
Oh,
coronavirus.
you're welcome. I'm glad to be the bearer of good news. By the way,
It's 2:00. Does our airplane have to leave?
Well,
Yeah.
but Shaq's got a question. Yes.
Okay.
It does have to
just to let you know, so Holmes over here, we had to attend the United Nations together earlier in the year in New York. We'd been talking for ages, and we weren't quite sure we were going to meet. And I actually walked out the front of the hotel and almost tripped over him, and then said, "Oh, you're home." So that was actually our first meeting, and 5 minutes later we're walking to the UN together. So it was quite an interesting.
Oh, so you ran into him in New York? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, well,
Literally.
I was expecting him there, but yes.
So there you go. Things are. I think some things have destiny effects to them. You just, but only if you do them. Right? If you sit around waiting for it to come to you, it's not going to. And that's some of the things that we talk about in becoming a money master or a master of anything. You just have to get up and do it. And unfortunately, this wonderful, wonderful day is wrapping up. And I want to thank everyone for being guests and joining us in this wonderful conversation. I hope we all take home with us some tasks that we can do to help make the world a better place. And Ankit, and don't forget to watch the only radio talk show on TV on IBM TV at 2:00 this afternoon.
Right now. Okay.
Alexander, I promise you I will answer your question for you. I promise you I will.
All right.
Okay.
And thank you for joining us today.
Afterwards. Okay.
IBM Economics Monday, and we'll see you tomorrow on Celeb Tuesday. And do join us on a radio show with Mark Lee, 2 p.m. EST. And it's time to wrap up. I'll play the social ambassador's message before we wrap up.
Have a wonderful day, everyone.
हैंड होकर और ऐसे अपने खांसी जब आएगी तो ऐसे करेंगे अच्छू अच्छू और कोरोना वायरस को धन्यवाद हमारा म्यूजिक सुनने का।
That's the wrap for the day, and thank you for joining us, and we'll see you tomorrow. Take care. Bye-bye.
Get on your plane.